Welcome, dear seeker of magical knowledge, to a tale that spans 1,000 years of soaring through clouds and chasing golden dreams. Tonight, we journey through the complete history of Quidditch, from its humble beginnings in ancient marsh games to the grand spectacle of World Cup glory. As you settle into your comfortable bed, let these words carry you through centuries of magical sport, where brave souls mounted broomsticks to chase leather balls and golden wings through wind and weather. Close your eyes and drift into this chronicle of courage, competition, and the eternal human desire to fly. Rest now, as we begin this gentle flight through time. In the centuries before Quidditch cast its spell upon the wizarding world, magical folk sought their thrills in games that would make modern players weep with terror and delight in equal measure. These were not the refined competitions we know today, but raw expressions of humanity's deepest desires: to fly, to compete, to test the very limits of courage and magical ability. The medieval magical world pulsed with a wildness that safety committees and regulations had not yet tamed, where the line between sport and survival was as thin as a broomstick's width. Long before anyone dreamed of golden snitches or organized leagues, wizards and witches gathered in clearings and meadows to play games that spoke to something primal in their magical souls. These were communities bound together by shared danger, where proving one's worth meant risking everything for the simple joy of flight and competition. The air above medieval magical settlements rang with shouts of triumph and cries of pain as players pushed themselves and their primitive broomsticks to limits that would terrify modern athletes. The broomsticks of this era were crude affairs compared to the sleek racing models that would come later, fashioned from whatever wood grew locally and bound with leather strips and iron nails. They flew with all the grace of airborne logs. Players who mounted these early brooms did so knowing that mechanical failure was not a question of if, but when. Yet still they flew, drawn by an irresistible compulsion to leave the earth behind and dance with the clouds above their heads. Magic itself was wilder then, less controlled and regulated than the carefully structured spellwork taught in later centuries. Wizards wielded their power with passionate intensity, caring more for dramatic effect than precise application. This raw approach to magic influenced their sporting preferences, creating games that emphasized spectacular displays of power over subtle technique. The very air crackled with uncontrolled magical energy whenever these ancient athletes gathered to compete. The most famous and feared of these predecessor games was Stitchtock, a contest that combined athletic skill with theatrical spectacle in ways that left spectators breathless with excitement and terror. Picture, if you will, a tall wooden pole thrust deep into the earth, reaching toward the sky like an ancient monument to human ambition. At its very top, swaying in whatever wind might blow, hung an inflated dragon bladder, not the small decorative sort used for children's games, but a massive organ taken from fully grown Welsh greens or Norwegian ridgebacks, gleaming in the sunlight like a grotesque golden balloon. The dragon bladder itself was a marvel of magical preparation, treated with preservation charms that kept it flexible and responsive to the slightest touch while maintaining the structural integrity needed to survive hours of violent assault. The process of obtaining such bladders was dangerous work reserved for the bravest dragon hunters, men and women who understood that a single mistake could mean incineration or worse. These bladders became prizes beyond price, passed down through generations of sporting families like precious heirlooms. But the true spectacle of Stitchtock lay not in the target itself, but in its guardian. One unfortunate soul, chosen by lot or volunteer courage, was tied securely to the pole itself, suspended perhaps 20 feet above the ground with nothing but leather bonds and determination, keeping them from plummeting to earth. This bladder guardian, as they came to be known, served as both obstacle and entertainment, using their position to swat at approaching players with long sticks or magical spells designed to knock attackers from their brooms. The Guardians developed their own legends and techniques over the years, becoming celebrities in their own right. Some were known for their devastating hexes that could send a player tumbling from 50 feet up. Others preferred physical combat, wielding enchanted clubs that could shatter broomstick handles with a single well-placed blow. The most feared Guardians combined both approaches, weaving spells and swinging weapons with deadly precision that made approaching the bladder a test of courage that few could pass. Watching a game of Stitchtock unfold was like witnessing organized chaos given form and purpose. Players approached the pole from every conceivable angle, diving and weaving through the air like a flock of demented birds. Some tried stealth, creeping along the ground before mounting a sudden vertical assault. Others favored direct confrontation, charging straight at the Guardian with wands blazing and voices raised in battle cries that echoed across the countryside. The Bladder Guardian, swinging back and forth on their tether, became the center of a deadly dance that could last for hours. They learned to read the flight patterns of attacking players, anticipating dives and rolls with supernatural accuracy. Their position gave them advantages in some ways, height, and a 360-degree field of view, but also created vulnerabilities that clever players could exploit. A Guardian who focused too intently on one attacker might find themselves blindsided by another, approaching from their weak side. Victory in Stitchtock came to whoever managed to puncture the dragon bladder, causing it to deflate with a sound like thunder rolling across the heavens. The successful player was celebrated not just for their skill, but for their courage in facing both the Guardian's defenses and the inherent dangers of high-speed broomstick flight. Many games ended without a victor, as darkness fell or weather made continued play impossible, leaving the bladder intact and the Guardian triumphant for another day. The game's influence on later Quidditch development cannot be overstated. The concept of a Guardian protecting territory became the foundation for the keeper position, while the elevated goalposts clearly descended from Stitchtock's towering poles. More subtly, the game established the principle that magical sport should test courage as much as skill, that players should be willing to risk genuine danger for the glory of victory. But Stitchtock was not the only ancient game that shaped Quidditch's eventual form. Another popular contest involved players carrying a ball through a series of obstacles that would challenge both their flying skills and their magical abilities. This game, whose original name has been lost to history, required participants to navigate through burning hoops suspended at various heights above a designated course. The hoops themselves were works of art, crafted from specially treated wood that would burn continuously without being consumed. Each hoop was enchanted to produce flames of different colors: brilliant blue for the first obstacle, deep purple for the second, blazing gold for the final challenge. The flames were not mere decoration but genuine fire, hot enough to singe eyebrows and scorch robes, capable of inflicting real burns on players who misjudged their approach or lost control of their brooms. Players began this contest by grasping a leather ball, the direct ancestor of the modern quaffle, and mounting their brooms at one end of the course. The objective was simple in concept but demanding in execution. Fly through each burning hoop in sequence while maintaining possession of the ball, then hurl it through a final barrel positioned at the course's end. Success required not just flying skill but precise timing, as the flames would flicker and dance unpredictably, creating openings that lasted mere seconds. The leather balls used in this game were crafted with care that rivaled the finest magical artifacts, made from dragon hide when available, or the skin of other magical creatures when necessity demanded. These balls were treated with protective charms that prevented them from catching fire during play. The leather was worked until it achieved the perfect balance of grip and aerodynamics, allowing players to maintain control even during the most challenging maneuvers. Spectators gathered along the course would cheer and gasp as players approached each flaming obstacle. The skill required was extraordinary. Riders had to judge not just their own speed and trajectory, but also account for the heat-driven air currents that swirled around each hoop. Many players found their carefully planned approach ruined by unexpected updrafts that sent them careening off course, or worse, directly into the flames they had hoped to avoid. The final barrel presented its own unique challenges. Unlike the earlier hoops, which merely required passage through their centers, the barrel demanded accuracy and force. Players had to hurl their balls with enough power to penetrate the barrel's opening, while maintaining enough control to avoid overshooting the target. The barrel itself was often enchanted to move or resize itself, adding elements of unpredictability that kept even the most skilled players humble. This game's contribution to Quidditch's development was profound, establishing the fundamental concept of players carrying balls toward goals, while navigating obstacles and opposition. The teamwork required to succeed, as players often competed in groups, helping each other through the more difficult sections, laid groundwork for the complex cooperative strategies that would define later Quidditch tactics. Perhaps no ancient game was more terrifying or influential than Creothan, the Scottish sport that tested players' courage against forces that could literally crush them into paste. This was not a game for the faint of heart or weak of constitution, but a brutal contest that claimed lives with regularity and created legends that lasted for centuries. The very name struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it whispered in taverns and magical gathering places. The basic concept of Creothan was deceptively simple. Players mounted their brooms while wearing large iron cauldrons strapped securely to their heads, creating a bizarre sight that might have been comical if not for the deadly serious nature of what followed. Above the playing field, hovering at heights of 50 feet or more, waited an assortment of rocks and boulders, held aloft by levitation charms that were deliberately designed to fail at random intervals. When the game began, these aerial missiles would begin to fall with increasing frequency, plummeting toward the ground with force sufficient to shatter bones and end lives. Players had to position themselves beneath the falling debris, using their cauldron helmets to catch as many rocks as possible, while avoiding the larger boulders that could crush them despite their protective headgear. The winner was determined by whoever collected the greatest weight of stone, assuming they survived the experience. The cauldrons themselves were marvels of defensive magic, reinforced with protective charms that could absorb tremendous impacts without transmitting the full force to their wearers. Even so, players regularly suffered concussions, broken necks, and crushing injuries that left them permanently disabled. The best cauldrons were passed down through generations of players, accumulating dents and scars that told stories of survival against impossible odds. The rocks and boulders used in Creothan were carefully selected for their destructive potential. Lighter stones were numerous and relatively safe to catch, providing points without excessive danger. Medium-sized rocks offered better scores, but required more skill to capture successfully, as their increased weight could knock players from their brooms if not handled properly. The largest boulders were worth the most points, but were essentially death traps, capable of pulverizing anyone unfortunate enough to be struck directly. Scottish wizards took enormous pride in their Creothan traditions, viewing the game as the ultimate test of magical courage and physical endurance. Families would gather for generations to watch their champions compete, cheering wildly as rocks rained from above, and players demonstrated seemingly suicidal bravery. The game became so associated with Scottish magical identity that players from other regions were often viewed with suspicion if they showed interest in participating. The influence of Creothan on Quidditch came primarily through its introduction of projectile elements into magical sport. The falling rocks evolved into the bludgers that terrorize modern players, while the defensive strategies developed to avoid boulder strikes became the foundation for beta tactics. More importantly, the game established the principle that magical sport should include elements beyond player control, random factors that could change a match's outcome regardless of skill or preparation. Another predecessor game that shaped Quidditch's development was Shunt bumps, which was essentially aerial jousting conducted on broomsticks at speeds that defied common sense and basic survival instincts. This contest stripped magical sport down to its most fundamental elements: courage, skill, and the willingness to face an opponent in direct combat while hurtling through the air on wooden sticks that offered no protection whatsoever. The rules of Shunt bumps were elegantly simple. 2 players mounted their brooms at opposite ends of a designated course, typically a straight line marked by flags or magical beacons. On a given signal, they would charge directly at each other, accelerating to maximum speed while wielding clubs, wands, or whatever weapons their personal preference and local traditions dictated. The objective was to unseat one's opponent through direct physical contact, magical attack, or psychological intimidation, severe enough to cause them to veer away from the collision course. The clubs used in Shunt bumps were often family heirlooms, passed down through generations and enhanced with protective charms and offensive enchantments that grew stronger over time. Some were carved from the heartwood of ancient trees, others forged from magical metals that could channel and amplify their wielder's power. The most prized clubs incorporated elements taken from dangerous magical creatures: dragon scales for protection, phoenix feathers for accuracy, unicorn hair for speed enhancement. Players developed elaborate strategies for these aerial duels, studying their opponent's techniques and psychological weaknesses with the intensity of military commanders preparing for battle. Some relied on superior flying skill to execute last-second maneuvers that left opponents grasping empty air. Others preferred magical attacks designed to disable their adversary's broom or disrupt their concentration at crucial moments. The most feared players combined both approaches, seamlessly blending physical and magical assault in ways that few opponents could counter. The psychological aspect of Shunt bumps was perhaps its most fascinating element. Players had to maintain their nerve while flying at maximum speed toward what appeared to be certain collision, trusting in their own skill and equipment to see them through what could easily become a fatal encounter. Many matches were decided not by superior technique but by superior courage, as one player's nerve broke and caused them to flinch at the crucial moment. Spectators of Shunt bumps developed their own traditions and superstitions, believing they could influence the outcome through various rituals and magical interventions. Some would cast protective charms on their favored player, while others attempted to hex their opponents with minor curses designed to cause momentary distraction or loss of balance. These spectator interventions became so common that official matches eventually required magical barriers to prevent outside interference. The game's influence on Quidditch came through its establishment of direct physical confrontation as an acceptable element of magical sport. While modern Quidditch restricts body contact and weapon use, the aggressive spirit of Shunt bumps lives on in the intense rivalries and physical play that characterize competitive matches. The psychological elements, maintaining concentration under pressure, reading opponents' intentions, executing complex maneuvers at high speed, became fundamental skills that every successful Quidditch player would need to master. The final major predecessor game was Swiveven Hodgej, a contest that bore resemblance to tennis, but incorporated magical elements that made it uniquely challenging and entertaining. This game represented a slightly more refined approach to magical sport, emphasizing skill and strategy over raw courage and physical confrontation. Players used enchanted bats to strike inflated pig bladders back and forth across a designated area, attempting to place their shots in locations their opponents couldn't reach. The pig bladders used in Swiveven Hodgej were prepared through processes that bordered on alchemical art. The bladders were carefully cleaned, treated with preservation charms, then inflated to precise specifications that affected their flight characteristics and responsiveness to being struck. Different bladder preparations created different playing experiences. Some bounced unpredictably, others flew in perfectly straight lines, still others would change direction randomly mid-flight through built-in magical effects. The bats were equally important, crafted from woods chosen for their magical properties and responsiveness to their wielder's intentions. Willow bats provided excellent control but limited power, while oak offered tremendous striking force at the cost of precision. The most skilled players learned to use different bats for different situations, switching equipment mid-game to match their tactical needs and take advantage of changing conditions. Swiveven Hodgej courts were marvels of magical engineering, featuring surfaces that could be adjusted for speed and bounce characteristics depending on the player's preferences and skill levels. Advanced courts included obstacles that would appear and disappear during play, forcing players to adapt their strategies constantly and punishing those who became too comfortable with predictable patterns. The boundaries themselves were often enchanted to provide feedback about shot placement and accuracy. The game developed complex scoring systems that rewarded not just successful shots but artistic merit and strategic innovation. Players could earn points for particularly creative shot placement, for maintaining rallies beyond certain lengths, or for successfully executing difficult techniques under pressure. These scoring innovations would later influence Quidditch's own point systems, establishing the principle that magical sports could reward multiple types of achievement simultaneously. What made Swiveven Hodgej particularly influential was its emphasis on precision and control over raw power. While other predecessor games celebrated spectacular displays of courage and strength, Swiveven Hodgej required subtle touch and careful planning. Players had to read the game several moves ahead, positioning themselves and their shots to create advantages that might not become apparent until later in the rally. The social aspects of Swiveven Hodgej also shaped magical sporting culture in important ways. Unlike the more violent games that attracted primarily young males seeking to prove their courage, Swiveven Hodgej appealed to players of all ages and backgrounds. Matches became social events where families gathered to enjoy skilled play and friendly competition. This broader appeal helped establish magical sport as a legitimate form of entertainment rather than merely an outlet for aggressive impulses. As these ancient games developed and evolved over generations, they created a cultural foundation that would prove essential for Quidditch's eventual emergence and success. Players developed the flying skills, competitive instincts, and magical techniques that would transfer directly to the new sport. More importantly, magical communities learned to appreciate sport as a form of entertainment and social bonding that could bring people together across family and regional lines. The equipment innovations pioneered in these predecessor games laid crucial groundwork for Quidditch's development. Improved broomsticks, better protective gear, more responsive balls and projectiles. All of these advances emerged from the practical needs of players competing in increasingly sophisticated contests. The accumulated knowledge of how to craft, maintain, and enhance sporting equipment would prove invaluable when Quidditch required its own specialized tools and devices. Perhaps most importantly, these ancient games established philosophical principles that would guide magical sport for centuries to come. The balance between individual achievement and team cooperation, the integration of multiple skill sets within a single contest, the celebration of both physical and magical abilities. All of these concepts emerged from the rich tradition of predecessor games that prepared the magical world for its greatest sporting achievement. The communities that gathered to play and watch these games developed organizational structures that would later adapt to support formal Quidditch leagues and competitions. Local clubs, regional tournaments, standardized rules, referee systems, the administrative framework needed to support organized sport was already taking shape around these earlier contests when Quidditch arrived to revolutionize magical athletics. As the medieval period drew toward its close and magical society became more organized and interconnected, the stage was set for someone to synthesize the best elements of all these predecessor games into something entirely new. The skills existed. The equipment was ready. The communities were eager for innovation. All that remained was for the right combination of circumstances to occur in a marshy field where complainers kept detailed diaries about the noise next door. The 11th century breathed with a different rhythm than the organized magical world that would emerge in later ages. Britain's magical communities existed as scattered pockets of wonder, connected by ancient pathways and shared traditions, but lacking the formal structures that would one day unite them under ministry rule. In this wild and untamed landscape, where dragons still roosted in mountain caves and unicorns grazed openly in moonlit meadows, change came slowly and often by accident, carried on winds that whispered of possibility to those wise enough to listen. Quidditch Marsh stretched across the Somerset countryside like a vast green carpet, its waters reflecting the endless dance of clouds and sky above. The marsh had existed since time immemorial, shaped by centuries of rainfall and river, flooding into a wetland paradise that teemed with magical and mundane life alike. Wizards and witches had settled around its edges, drawn by the rich soil and abundant water that made their gardens flourish and their herds prosper. It was a place where magic felt at home, where spells worked with unusual ease and potions brewed with exceptional potency. The magical folk who called the marsh home were a diverse collection of families, each bringing their own traditions and customs from distant regions, where their ancestors had first learned to weave spells and brew potions. Some traced their lineage to Celtic druids who had worshipped in stone circles beneath starlit skies. Others descended from Saxon wizards who had crossed the sea carrying grimoires bound in dragon leather and sealed with silver clasps. Still others claimed heritage from even more ancient peoples, those who had walked Britain when the land itself was young and wild magic flowed through every stream and stone. These families lived in harmony with both the natural world and each other, sharing knowledge freely and gathering regularly for celebrations that combined practical necessity with joyous community. Harvest festivals saw entire neighborhoods working together to preserve crops and prepare for winter, their combined magic creating preservation charms that would keep food fresh for months. Wedding celebrations brought families together from miles around, their gifts of magical knowledge and enchanted items strengthening bonds that would last for generations. The children of these marsh communities grew up understanding magic as a natural part of daily life rather than the formal academic subject it would become in later centuries. They learned spells by watching their parents and grandparents, absorbing techniques through observation and practice rather than structured lessons. Their magic was intuitive and personal, shaped by individual temperament and family tradition in ways that created endless variety and innovation. It was into this world that Gertie Kettle was born, sometime in the early 11th century, to a family that had lived beside the marsh for so many generations that their cottage seemed to have grown from the earth itself. The Kettles were known throughout the region for their exceptional gardens, where vegetables grew to impossible sizes and herbs retained their potency long after harvest. Gertie inherited this gift for cultivation, But she also possessed something equally valuable: a sharp eye for detail and an irrepressible urge to record everything she observed. Her cottage sat on a small rise overlooking the marsh's eastern edge, positioned to catch the morning sun and avoid the worst of the seasonal flooding. The building itself was a masterpiece of practical magic, its walls constructed from local stone bonded with spells that made them stronger than steel while remaining permeable to beneficial magical influences. The thatched roof had been woven with protective charms that turned aside lightning and hail, while the windows were glazed with crystal that enhanced the light passing through them. Gertie's garden was her pride and obsession, a carefully tended paradise where she experimented with magical cultivation techniques that were centuries ahead of their time. Her cabbages grew in perfectly ordered rows, each plant receiving individual attention and care that ensured optimal growth and flavor. She had developed her own varieties through careful crossbreeding and magical enhancement, creating vegetables that were not only larger and more nutritious than normal, but also possessed subtle magical properties that enhanced the health and vitality of those who consumed them. The diary she kept was initially intended as a practical record of her gardening experiments and observations about weather patterns that affected crop growth, written on parchment made from reeds that grew in the marsh itself, bound in leather from cattle that grazed the surrounding pastures. It was as much a part of the local ecosystem as the plants and animals it described. Her handwriting was careful and precise, the product of education that emphasized clarity and permanence over speed or artistic flourish. But Gertie's interest in recording extended far beyond agricultural matters. She possessed an insatiable curiosity about everything that occurred within sight of her cottage, and since her vantage point commanded an excellent view of the marsh's most open areas, she witnessed countless events that might otherwise have been lost to history. Her diary entries revealed a woman who was simultaneously private and social, content with her own company but deeply interested in the doings of her neighbors and the wider community. The marsh itself provided endless subject matter for observation. Its waters rose and fell with the seasons, creating temporary islands and channels that changed the landscape constantly. Wildlife moved through in great migrations, from mundane waterfowl to magical creatures whose appearances were rare enough to warrant detailed description. Weather patterns over the marsh were particularly dramatic, with storms building suddenly and dissipating just as quickly, creating light shows that inspired both wonder and concern. The families living around the marsh had developed their own informal communication networks, with news and gossip traveling from cottage to cottage through a combination of magical means and simple neighborly visits. Gertie's position and temperament made her a natural hub for this information flow, as visitors often stopped at her cottage to rest and share news during their journeys around the marsh's perimeter. It was through these networks that word began to spread about young people gathering in the marsh's central area for what appeared to be some sort of game or contest. The reports were initially vague and contradictory, with different witnesses describing different aspects of what they had observed. Some mentioned seeing figures flying back and forth on broomsticks, while others reported hearing shouts and cheers echoing across the water. Still others described seeing what looked like balls being thrown or kicked through the air. Gertie's initial reaction to these reports was skeptical curiosity tinged with irritation. The marsh had always been a peaceful place where people came to think, work, and enjoy the natural beauty without distraction. The idea that it might become a gathering place for rowdy young people engaging in loud activities was disturbing to someone who valued quiet contemplation and orderly surroundings. She began paying closer attention to the central marsh area, watching for signs of the disturbances that her neighbors described. The first clear sighting came on a crisp autumn morning when mist still clung to the water's surface and the air held the sharp clarity that comes with changing seasons. Gertie was tending to her late-season vegetables when she heard voices carried on the wind, followed by sounds that she could only describe as resembling a combination of celebration and combat. Looking up from her work, she saw figures moving above the marsh at considerable height, their forms indistinct through the morning haze but clearly human and clearly airborne. Her initial instinct was to assume she was witnessing some sort of transportation activity, perhaps a group traveling together who had chosen to fly rather than walk around the marsh's soggy perimeter. But as the figures continued to circle and dive rather than maintaining straight-line travel, it became apparent that movement itself was not their primary purpose. They were engaged in some sort of coordinated activity that required them to remain in the area while performing complex aerial maneuvers. Over the following days and weeks, these gatherings became more frequent and more elaborate. What had initially appeared to be spontaneous meetings began to show signs of organization and planning. The participants arrived at regular times, suggesting prior arrangement rather than chance encounters. They brought equipment with them, objects that Gertie could not identify from her distant vantage point, but which were clearly essential to whatever activity they were conducting. The sounds that reached her cottage during these sessions painted an audio picture of intense competition mixed with genuine enjoyment. There were shouts of triumph and groans of disappointment, calls for coordination and warnings of danger, laughter and encouragement, and occasional arguments about rules or scoring. It was the soundtrack of people engaged in something that mattered deeply to them, something that brought out both their competitive instincts and their capacity for fellowship. As autumn progressed toward winter, Gertie found herself looking forward to these gatherings despite her initial annoyance. The sounds of human activity brought life to the marsh during a season when wildlife began to diminish and the landscape took on the spare beauty of dormancy. The participants' obvious enthusiasm was infectious, even at a distance, and their regular presence gave structure to days that might otherwise have felt empty and purposeless. Winter brought a temporary halt to the activities as weather made flying dangerous, and the marsh froze over in ways that changed the entire landscape. But with spring's return came renewed activity, and Gertie noticed that the group had grown considerably. Word had apparently spread during the winter months, attracting new participants who brought their own ideas and techniques to whatever game was being played. The sounds were louder now, more complex, suggesting that the activity itself was evolving and becoming more sophisticated. It was during this second season of observation that Gertie experienced her first direct encounter with the game that was developing in her marsh. She was working in her garden on a particularly fine spring morning, enjoying the warmth of sunshine and the satisfaction of seeing her plants respond to improved weather, when she heard a commotion that sounded different from the usual competitive noises. There were shouts of alarm and concern, followed by what sounded like an argument about responsibility and blame. Looking toward the marsh, she saw several figures descending rapidly toward the water, their flight paths suggesting urgency rather than the controlled maneuvers she had observed before. One figure separated from the group and flew directly toward her cottage, moving with obvious purpose and determination. As the figure drew closer, she could see that it was a young woman riding a broomstick with considerable skill, her robes streaming behind her and her hair whipping in the wind created by her rapid passage. The young woman landed in Gertie's garden with practiced ease, dismounting from her broom with fluid grace that suggested years of experience in aerial activities. She was clearly distressed about something, her face flushed with exertion and concern, her breathing rapid from both physical effort and emotional agitation. In her hands, she clutched what appeared to be a leather ball, roughly spherical but irregular in shape, obviously handmade, and showing signs of considerable use. The ball had landed in Gertie's cabbage patch during the game, the young woman explained, and they needed to retrieve it to continue playing. She was apologetic about the intrusion, and offered to repair any damage that might have been caused. But she was also clearly anxious to return to her companions as quickly as possible. The ball was essential to their game, she said, and without it they could not continue the match that had been developing for several hours. Gertie examined the ball with the careful attention she brought to all unfamiliar objects. It was indeed made of leather, but leather that had been treated with preservation charms and weatherproofing spells that gave it unusual durability and resilience. The construction was sophisticated, with multiple panels sewn together using techniques that created both strength and flexibility. Most intriguingly, the ball showed clear signs of magical enhancement, with spells woven into its very structure that affected its flight characteristics and responsiveness to handling. The leather itself was of exceptional quality, probably taken from cattle raised specifically for magical purposes rather than the ordinary livestock that provided material for everyday goods. It had been tanned using processes that Gertie recognized as being both expensive and time-consuming, requiring knowledge and materials that were not readily available to amateur craftspeople. Someone had invested considerable effort and resources into creating this ball, suggesting that the game it supported was more than casual recreation. As the young woman waited for permission to search the cabbage patch, she provided additional details about the activity that had been disturbing Gertie's peace for months. They called it a game, she said, though the rules were still being developed and refined through trial and error. The basic concept involved teams trying to get the ball through goals positioned at opposite ends of the playing area, but there were additional elements that made it more complex and challenging than simple ball-carrying contests. The goals themselves were not formal structures but natural features that had been designated for the purpose. Large trees growing on small islands within the marsh served as targets, with players attempting to throw or carry the ball between their trunks in ways that demonstrated both accuracy and skill. The use of natural goals created interesting tactical challenges, as the trees' positions and spacing varied considerably, requiring players to adapt their strategies to the specific characteristics of each playing area. The ball could be carried by hand or thrown between teammates, the young woman explained, but there were restrictions on how long any individual player could maintain possession. These limitations encouraged rapid passing and constant movement, creating a dynamic style of play that emphasized teamwork and coordination over individual brilliance. Players who tried to dominate the ball quickly found themselves overwhelmed by opponents who worked together more effectively. What made the game particularly challenging was the aerial nature of play. All participants had to remain mounted on their broomsticks throughout the match, meaning that ball handling skills had to be combined with flying abilities in ways that neither activity normally required. Catching and throwing while maintaining balance and control of a broomstick demanded coordination and practice that few players possessed naturally, creating a learning curve that kept even experienced participants humble and focused on improvement. The teams were formed through informal selection processes that emphasized balance and fairness rather than simply choosing the most skilled players. Experienced participants took responsibility for ensuring that newer players were integrated effectively, sharing knowledge and providing encouragement that helped maintain the inclusive atmosphere that was essential to the game's growth. This cooperative approach created strong bonds between players who might otherwise have had little reason to interact. As Gertie listened to this explanation while the young woman searched through her cabbages, she began to understand why the activity had grown so rapidly and attracted such dedicated participation. It was not just a game, but a community-building exercise that brought together people from different families and backgrounds in pursuit of shared enjoyment and friendly competition. The challenges it presented were significant enough to be meaningful, but not so overwhelming as to exclude those who were willing to learn and practice. The retrieval of the ball from among the cabbages proved more difficult than expected, as it had apparently buried itself deeply between the plants, and was partially obscured by the large leaves that Gertie cultivated with such care. The young woman searched with increasing desperation, while her teammates called encouragement from their positions above the marsh, clearly eager to resume play, but understanding that rushing the search would only make it more difficult. When the ball was finally located, it had indeed damaged several of Gertie's prize cabbages, creating the kind of destruction that any gardener would find heartbreaking. But the young woman's immediate offer to provide compensation and her obvious, genuine distress about the accident impressed Gertie with its sincerity. This was not someone who was carelessly destructive, but rather a person who understood the value of others' work and was willing to take responsibility for unintended consequences. The compensation offered was both practical and generous. Replacement plants that had been grown using advanced magical techniques, along with fertilizers and soil amendments that would improve the entire garden's productivity. The young woman clearly came from a family with considerable magical knowledge and resources, but she wore that privilege lightly and used it to help others rather than simply for her own benefit. As the young woman prepared to return to her game, she extended an invitation that surprised Gertie with both its warmth and its genuine enthusiasm. The players would welcome observers, she said, and would be happy to explain the rules and tactics for anyone interested in learning more about what they were developing. The game was still evolving, and input from thoughtful observers might help them refine rules and identify improvements that would make it more enjoyable and fair. This invitation represented a significant gesture of trust and inclusion, as many magical activities of the period were kept within closed communities that viewed outside interest with suspicion. The fact that these players were actively seeking broader participation suggested that they understood their game's potential to become something larger and more important than simple recreation for a small group of friends. Gertie's response was diplomatically non-committal but not hostile, indicating that while she was not particularly interested in becoming directly involved, she would not object to continued use of the marsh for their activities as long as they remained respectful of the environment and the other people who lived in the area. This response clearly pleased the young woman, who promised that the players would be more careful about ball control and would make efforts to minimize disruption to surrounding properties. The young woman's return to the marsh marked the beginning of a new phase in Gertie's relationship with the game that was developing literally in her backyard. Her direct contact with one of the participants had humanized the activity and made her more sympathetic to its purposes and methods. She began watching the games with increased interest, paying attention to tactical developments and rule changes that reflected the players' growing sophistication and commitment to improvement. Over the following months, her diary entries about the games became more detailed and analytical, moving beyond simple complaints about noise to thoughtful observations about technique and strategy. She began to recognize individual players by their flying styles and positional preferences, noting which ones seemed to be natural leaders and which ones contributed through specialized skills rather than overall dominance. The games themselves were evolving in ways that suggested rapid learning and adaptation by all participants. What had initially been relatively simple contests of ball carrying and goal seeking had developed layers of complexity that made matches more interesting to watch and presumably more challenging to play. Players had begun specializing in different roles, with some focusing on ball handling and goal scoring, while others concentrated on defensive responsibilities or tactical coordination. The most significant development that Gertie observed was the introduction of additional elements that went beyond basic ball play. Some players had begun bringing objects that they used to interfere with their opponent's activities, not in malicious ways, but as part of what appeared to be agreed-upon rules that added challenge and variety to the contests. These objects, which Gertie described as resembling large rocks or stones, were used in ways that required defensive responses and tactical adjustments. The rock-throwing aspect of the game particularly caught Gertie's attention because it seemed to transform what had been a relatively genteel activity into something more physically demanding and potentially dangerous. Players had to maintain awareness of multiple threats simultaneously: opposing team members trying to intercept the ball, natural obstacles like trees and water, and now projectiles that could knock them from their brooms if they were not sufficiently alert and agile. The rocks themselves were not thrown randomly or with intent to cause serious injury, but rather used according to rules that emphasize skill and timing over brute force. Players who wielded them had to demonstrate accuracy and judgment, ensuring that their targets had fair opportunities to avoid or deflect the projectiles. This required a level of sportsmanship and mutual respect that impressed Gertie with its maturity and consideration. The presence of what she described as a big Scottish warlock among the players added an element of cultural diversity that reflected the game's growing appeal across different magical communities. The Scottish magical traditions were known for their emphasis on physical courage and direct confrontation, qualities that were clearly being integrated into the game's evolving character. This player's contributions likely influenced the development of the more aggressive elements that were making matches more exciting and unpredictable. As winter approached again, Gertie found herself genuinely hoping that the games would resume the following spring. What had begun as an annoyance had become a source of entertainment and intellectual stimulation that added richness to her relatively solitary life. The players had proven themselves to be respectful neighbors who brought energy and innovation to the marsh community without causing significant disruption or damage. Her diary entries from this period revealed someone who had become genuinely invested in the game's development and success. She speculated about possible rule changes that might improve play, wondered about the backgrounds and motivations of different players, and even considered the possibility that what she was witnessing might eventually spread beyond the marsh to other magical communities. The game that had emerged in Quidditch Marsh was clearly something special, combining elements from various magical sporting traditions in ways that created new possibilities for competition and community building. The players had demonstrated remarkable creativity and collaborative spirit in developing rules and techniques that balanced individual skill with team cooperation, physical challenge with magical ability, innovation with respect for tradition. Gertie's documentation of these early developments would prove invaluable to future historians trying to understand how Quidditch had evolved from informal recreation to organized sport. Her careful observations captured details about equipment, rules, tactics, and social dynamics that might otherwise have been lost as the game spread and standardized. More importantly, her records preserved the spirit of innovation and community that had driven the game's creation and early development. The marsh itself had played a crucial role in the game's emergence, providing a natural amphitheater where aerial activities could be conducted safely while remaining visible to potential observers and participants. Its isolated location allowed for experimentation and rule development without external interference, while its accessibility to surrounding magical communities ensured that news of the games could spread and attract new participants. As the seasons turned and the games continued to evolve, it became clear that something historically significant was taking shape in the Somerset marshland. The combination of existing magical sporting traditions with innovative new elements was creating a form of competition that had the potential to capture the imagination of magical communities far beyond its humble origins. The foundation was being laid for what would eventually become the wizarding world's most beloved and enduring sport. The players themselves seemed to understand the significance of what they were creating, approaching their games with seriousness and dedication that went beyond simple recreation. They were pioneers in the truest sense, exploring uncharted territory and establishing precedents that would influence magical sport for centuries to come. Their willingness to experiment, adapt, and share their discoveries reflected the best qualities of magical community life. From her cottage garden, watching these developments unfold across the marsh that had been her peaceful retreat, Gertie Kettle was witnessing the birth of a legend. Her complaints about the noise had evolved into fascinated observation of innovation. Her territorial concerns had given way to genuine appreciation for her neighbors' creativity and dedication. The game that had disrupted her quiet contemplation was becoming something that brought new meaning and excitement to life beside the ancient waters. The story of Quidditch's birth was also the story of how magical communities could come together to create something larger than the sum of their individual contributions. The marsh had provided the stage, the players had brought the vision and energy, and observers like Gertie had offered the documentation and community connection that would allow the innovation to spread and flourish. It was collaboration in its purest form, driven by shared enthusiasm rather than external pressure or commercial motivation. As the game continued to develop and attract participants from increasingly distant communities, the marsh began to take on legendary status as the birthplace of something that would eventually touch the lives of magical folk around the world. What had started as young people looking for entertainment had become the foundation for a sporting tradition that would span continents and centuries, bringing together competitors and spectators in celebration of skill, courage, and the eternal human desire to fly. The 12th and 13th centuries witnessed the transformation of a marsh game into something approaching organized sport, as the activity that had begun in Quidditch Marsh spread like wildfire through magical communities across Britain and beyond. Word traveled through the intricate networks of magical society, along ancient ley lines where wizards gathered to trade spells and news, through the seasonal festivals that brought scattered families together, and in the letters carried by owls between friends who had heard whispers of something extraordinary happening in a Somerset wetland. The game that emerged from this period of rapid development bore the name Quidditch, spelled with the ancient runic K that suggested its connection to older magical traditions, and distinguished it from the mundane spelling that would eventually become standard. This archaic spelling carried weight among purebloods and traditionalists, who valued anything that demonstrated connection to magical heritage, while the practical aspects of the game attracted players from all backgrounds who cared more about excitement than etymology. Regional variations flourished as different communities adapted the basic concept to their local conditions and cultural preferences. Scottish players, influenced by their heritage of physically demanding sports like Creothan, emphasized aggressive tactics and direct confrontation that made their matches spectacles of controlled violence. Welsh communities, drawing on their ancient connections to dragon lore, incorporated aerial maneuvers inspired by the flight patterns of the great beasts that still roosted in their mountain peaks. Irish players developed a style that emphasized speed and precision over brute force, creating flowing patterns of movement that transformed matches into something resembling aerial ballet. Their games were renowned for their beauty and elegance, with players executing complex formations that required perfect timing and mutual trust. Spectators would travel for days to witness Irish matches, knowing they would see displays of coordinated flying that existed nowhere else in the magical world. English teams maintained the balanced approach that had characterized the original Marsh games, but refined it through systematic analysis and tactical innovation that reflected their emerging reputation for methodical thinking and strategic planning. They were the first to develop formal training regimens, the first to analyze opponent weaknesses systematically, and the first to experiment with equipment modifications designed to provide competitive advantages. The evolution of player positions during this period reflected growing understanding of how different skills and temperaments could be combined most effectively within team structures. The catcher emerged as the most prestigious position, requiring not just flying ability and ball handling skills, but also the tactical awareness needed to direct team movements and coordinate complex offensive strategies. Catchers became the natural leaders of their teams, responsible for reading the flow of matches and making split-second decisions that could determine victory or defeat. The development of catching techniques was an art form in itself, as players learned to secure possession while maintaining the speed and maneuverability necessary for effective offensive play. Different grips were developed for different situations. Power grips for long throws, precision grips for threading passes through tight defensive formations, defensive grips designed to prevent opponents from stripping the ball away during tackles and collisions. Training for catchers involved not just physical conditioning but also mental preparation that bordered on the meditative. They learned to maintain awareness of multiple variables simultaneously: the positions of teammates and opponents, wind conditions that might affect flight paths, the condition of their equipment, and the psychological state of other players whose confidence or frustration could influence their decision-making. The best catchers developed an almost supernatural ability to anticipate developments several moves in advance. The bludder served as both projectile and tactical element, evolving from the simple rocks used in early marsh games into sophisticated implements that were crafted specifically for sporting use. The most advanced bludders were carved from stone that had been quarried from locations with strong magical resonance, then shaped and enchanted to achieve perfect balance and flight characteristics. Master craftsmen specialized in bludder creation, developing techniques that were closely guarded trade secrets passed down through generations of artisan families. Different types of stone produced different flying patterns and impact characteristics, allowing teams to choose bludders that match their tactical preferences and playing styles. Granite bludders flew in straight lines with devastating impact but were relatively easy to track and avoid. Limestone versions followed more unpredictable paths, but delivered less forceful blows when they found their targets. The most prized bludders were made from volcanic glass that had been formed during dragon attacks, creating projectiles that combined unpredictability with tremendous stopping power. The enchantments placed on bludders were carefully regulated by informal agreements between teams, as overly aggressive magical enhancement could transform sporting implements into lethal weapons. Standard enchantments included trajectory stabilization spells that prevented wild flights, impact limitation charms that reduced the risk of serious injury, and tracking magic that allowed referees to monitor their movements and ensure fair play. Beaters emerged as specialists in bludder management, developing techniques for both offensive and defensive use that required split-second timing and perfect spatial awareness. They learned to read the flight patterns of both bludders and opposing players, positioning themselves to intercept dangerous projectiles while simultaneously launching their own attacks at strategic moments. The best beaters could redirect bludders in mid-flight, using precisely timed strikes to send them toward new targets or into safe areas where they would cause no harm. The clubs used by beaters became works of art in their own right, crafted from woods chosen for their magical properties and resonance with their wielder's personal energy. Oak clubs provided power and durability, but required significant strength to use effectively. Willow offered speed and precision at the cost of impact force. The most sought-after clubs were made from woods taken from trees that had been struck by lightning, as the magical trauma created grain patterns that enhanced both power and accuracy. Beater training emphasized not just physical technique, but also psychological preparation for the unique pressures of their position. Unlike catchers, who controlled the primary flow of the game, beaters operated in a reactive mode that required them to respond instantly to rapidly changing circumstances. They developed heightened reflexes and peripheral vision that that allowed them to track multiple objects simultaneously while maintaining awareness of their teammates' positions and needs. The transition from trees to barrels on stilts as goals represented a crucial step towards standardization and fairness, though the change was not universally welcomed by traditionalists who valued the connection to natural features that had characterized the original Marsh games. Trees had provided goals that were unique to each playing area, requiring teams to adapt their strategies to local conditions and creating home field advantages that rewarded intimate knowledge of specific locations. Barrels offered consistency and portability that allowed matches to be played in locations that lacked suitable natural features, expanding the game's potential venues and making it accessible to communities that had previously been excluded by geographical limitations. The barrels themselves were crafted according to specifications that were still being developed through trial and error, as players experimented with different sizes and heights to find combinations that created the most enjoyable and challenging gameplay. The stilts supporting the barrels presented their own engineering challenges, as they needed to be sturdy enough to withstand the impacts of balls thrown at high speeds, while remaining light enough to be transported easily between venues. Early stilts were simply wooden poles driven into the ground, but these proved vulnerable to weather damage and deliberate sabotage by opponents seeking unfair advantages. More sophisticated stilt systems incorporated magical enhancement that provided stability and durability while allowing for height adjustment to accommodate different playing preferences and skill levels. Some communities preferred low goals that emphasized accuracy and finesse, while others favored high targets that rewarded power and aerial ability. The flexibility to adjust goal height allowed the same equipment to serve multiple purposes and accommodate players with varying levels of experience. The scoring systems that developed around barrel goals were more complex than the simple tree touching that had characterized earlier versions of the game. Players had to not only get the ball through the barrel opening, but do so in ways that demonstrated genuine skill rather than mere luck. Balls that passed through cleanly scored more points than those that bounced off the rim or barely squeezed through the opening. Long-distance shots were worth more than close-range attempts, encouraging players to take risks and attempt spectacular plays that thrilled spectators. Some regions experimented with multiple barrel systems that created scoring opportunities of different values, allowing teams to choose between safe, low-point attempts and risky, high-reward efforts depending on their tactical situation and risk tolerance. These variations added strategic depth, but also created confusion when teams from different regions met for inter-community matches, leading to the first serious discussions about the need for universal rule standardization. The development of referee systems represented another crucial step toward formal organization, as the increasing complexity and competitiveness of matches made neutral oversight essential for fair play. Early referees were often respected community elders, whose magical knowledge and personal integrity made them natural choices for resolving disputes and ensuring adherence to agreed-upon rules. Referee training was entirely informal, based on apprenticeship systems where experienced officials passed their knowledge to younger successors through observation and gradual assumption of responsibilities. The best referees developed reputations that extended far beyond their local communities, with teams requesting their services for important matches and paying substantial fees to secure their participation. The magical skills required for effective refereeing were considerable, as officials needed to track multiple players and projectiles simultaneously while maintaining awareness of rule violations and safety concerns. Many referees developed specialized spells for enhanced observation and communication, allowing them to monitor entire playing areas and issue instructions that could be heard clearly despite wind and distance. The 700 fouls that became legendary in later Quidditch lore began to accumulate during this period, as players pushed the boundaries of acceptable behavior, and referees responded with increasingly specific prohibitions. The decision to keep the complete list classified was partly practical. Publishing such a comprehensive catalogue of misconduct might give players ideas they would not have developed independently, and partly psychological, as the mysterious nature of the unpublished fouls added an element of uncertainty that encouraged generally good behavior. The fouls that were publicly acknowledged covered the most obvious and dangerous forms of misconduct: deliberate attempts to injure opponents, interference with referees, use of illegal equipment, and various forms of cheating that undermined the integrity of competition. But the vast majority of the 700 remained secrets known only to the referees themselves, passed down through their informal training networks and applied as circumstances required. Equipment standardization progressed slowly as craftsmen in different regions developed their own approaches to ball construction, club crafting, and broom modification. The lack of central authority meant that innovation proceeded through market forces and voluntary adoption rather than mandated compliance, creating a rich diversity of approaches, but also significant practical problems when teams using different equipment standards met for competition. Ball construction became increasingly sophisticated as craftsmen learned to create leather coverings that combined durability with consistent flight characteristics. The panels used in ball construction were cut according to geometric principles that distributed stress evenly, while providing optimal grip for players attempting to catch and throw under difficult conditions. The stitching techniques developed during this period remained standard for centuries, proving their effectiveness through practical application across thousands of matches. The leather itself was sourced from animals that had been raised specifically for magical sporting purposes, fed diets that enhanced the quality of their hides, and treated with care that ensured optimal material properties. Master tanners developed processes that created leather with precisely controlled flexibility and weather resistance, allowing balls to maintain their characteristics across wide ranges of temperature and humidity. Interior bladder systems evolved from simple animal organs to sophisticated artificial constructions that provided consistent pressure and rebound characteristics. The best bladders were crafted from materials that responded predictably to temperature changes, preventing the dramatic variations in ball behavior that could make matches frustrating for players and boring for spectators. Broom development during this period laid the foundation for the rapid advances that would characterize later centuries, as craftsmen began to understand the relationship between wood selection, construction techniques, and flight performance. Different woods provided different flying characteristics, with lighter varieties offering speed and maneuverability, while heavier options provided stability and control in adverse weather conditions. The binding techniques used to attach twigs and branches to broom handles became increasingly sophisticated, with magical enhancement that created stronger connections and better aerodynamic properties. Master broom makers developed signature techniques that were recognizable to knowledgeable observers, creating the first informal brand recognition in magical sporting equipment. Handle construction received particular attention, as players began to understand how grip, comfort, and control affected their flying performance. Handles were shaped and treated to provide optimal tactile feedback while remaining comfortable during extended use. The magical enhancement of handles included spells for improved grip in wet conditions and vibration dampening that reduced fatigue during long matches. The social aspects of medieval Quidditch development were as important as the technical innovations, as the game became a focal point for community identity and inter-regional competition that helped define magical society's emerging structure. Local teams became sources of pride and identity, with entire communities investing emotionally and financially in their success. Regional tournaments began to emerge as communities sought opportunities to test their teams against distant opponents and demonstrate their superior playing ability. These early tournaments were informal affairs organized through personal connections and mutual agreements, but they established precedents for the formal league structures that would develop in later centuries. The economic impact of growing Quidditch popularity was felt throughout magical society as demand for equipment, venue preparation, and related services created new opportunities for entrepreneurship and employment. Craftsmen, specializing in sporting equipment, found their skills increasingly valued and their products in growing demand. Communities with suitable playing venues discovered they could generate income by hosting matches and tournaments. Spectator culture began to develop as community members who had no interest in playing themselves found entertainment value in watching skilled teams compete. The development of spectator areas, refreshment services, and other amenities transformed matches from simple sporting contests into community events that brought people together for socializing and celebration. Betting and wagering added another dimension to spectator interest, as community members backed their local teams with both emotional support and financial investment. The informal gambling that surrounded matches created additional excitement and helped fund team equipment and travel expenses, though it also led to disputes and allegations of match fixing that required community intervention to resolve. The spread of Quidditch beyond Britain occurred through the same networks that carried other forms of magical innovation and cultural exchange. Traders, scholars, and diplomatic visitors carried news of the exciting new sport back to their home communities, where local adaptations and variations began to develop almost immediately. Continental European versions of the game incorporated elements from local sporting traditions, creating hybrid forms that retained the basic aerial ball handling concept while adding regional characteristics. French players emphasized elegance and style, developing techniques that prioritized aesthetic appeal alongside practical effectiveness. German teams focused on precision and systematic organization, creating playing patterns that were admired for their mathematical perfection and clockwork timing. The Mediterranean magical communities adapted the game to their warmer climates and different cultural attitudes toward competition and cooperation. Spanish and Italian versions emphasized individual brilliance within team contexts, encouraging spectacular displays of skill that made matches exciting for players and spectators alike. The integration of local magical traditions created unique tactical approaches that influenced the game's global development. Northern European communities faced different challenges in adapting Quidditch to their harsher climates and shorter playing seasons. Scandinavian players developed techniques for cold weather play that included specialized equipment and tactical adaptations for wind and precipitation. Their emphasis on endurance and mental toughness created playing styles that were respected throughout the magical world for their determination and resilience. The game's arrival in different magical communities often coincided with periods of social and cultural change, as the excitement and innovation associated with Quidditch became catalysts for broader transformations in how magical folk organized their leisure time and community activities. Traditional forms of entertainment gave way to spectator sports, while new forms of social organization emerged around team membership and support. The absence of the golden snitch during this developmental period meant that matches were decided entirely through goal scoring and tactical execution, creating playing patterns that emphasized sustained offensive and defensive performance, rather than the sudden reversals that would characterize later Quidditch. Teams had to maintain high levels of play throughout entire matches, as there was no opportunity for dramatic last-minute victories through snitch captures. This goal-focused approach to victory created different strategic considerations than would exist in later snitch-based games. Teams needed to balance offensive aggression with defensive stability over extended periods, managing their energy and resources to maintain effectiveness throughout matches that could last for hours. The emphasis on consistent performance rather than spectacular individual achievements created team-oriented playing styles that valued cooperation and mutual support above personal glory. Match duration varied considerably depending on the skill levels of competing teams and the effectiveness of their defensive strategies. Evenly matched opponents might play for entire days without either side establishing decisive advantages, creating endurance contests that tested physical conditioning alongside tactical knowledge and technical skill. Spectators developed patience for extended matches, understanding that the gradual development of advantages and the accumulation of small tactical victories were as exciting as the more dramatic moments that captured casual attention. The scoring systems that emerged during this period reflected different philosophical approaches to competition and victory, with some communities emphasizing point accumulation, while others focused on tactical dominance and sustained offensive pressure. High-scoring matches were celebrated for their display of offensive skill and aggressive play, while low-scoring defensive struggles were admired for their tactical sophistication and mental toughness. Regional preferences for different scoring approaches created the first serious discussions about standardization versus local variation that would continue to influence Quidditch development for centuries. Communities that valued their unique traditions and local adaptations resisted efforts to impose uniform rules, while players and organizers who wanted to facilitate inter-regional competition pushed for greater consistency and standardization. The medieval development period established foundations that would support Quidditch's transformation into the global phenomenon it would eventually become. The basic structure of aerial team competition, the integration of multiple skill sets and tactical elements, the balance between individual ability and cooperative play, all of these fundamental characteristics emerged during these crucial centuries of innovation and experimentation. The communities that nurtured Quidditch during its developmental phase created cultural traditions and institutional knowledge that would be essential for the game's future growth and success. Their willingness to experiment with rules and techniques, their commitment to fair play and sporting behavior, and their understanding of competition as community-building activity, rather than merely individual achievement, established values and practices that would define magical sport for generations. As the medieval period drew toward its close, Quidditch had evolved from marsh game to international phenomenon, spreading across continents and capturing the imagination of magical communities that had never heard of Quidditch Marsh or Gertie Kettle's Cabbage Patch. The game was ready for the next phase of its development, the arrival of an element that would transform it completely and create the sport that future generations would recognize as the definitive expression of magical athletic achievement. But for now, it remained a game of goals and tactics, of sustained effort and cooperative achievement, where victory came through planning and execution rather than sudden inspiration or individual brilliance. The foundation was solid, the structure was sound, and the stage was set for the revolutionary change that would make Quidditch into Quidditch and transform magical sport forever. The year 1269 marked a turning point, not just in the history of magical sport, but in humanity's understanding of how innovation could emerge from the intersection of necessity, opportunity, and pure chance. What happened during that pivotal year would transform Quidditch from a goal-focused contest of endurance and tactical precision into something approaching the mystical experience that would captivate magical communities for centuries to come. The introduction of the golden snidget represented more than simple rule modification. It was a fundamental reimagining of what competitive sport could achieve. when it incorporated elements of wonder that transcended ordinary human experience. The golden snidget itself was a creature of such extraordinary beauty and capability that its very existence seemed to challenge the boundaries between the natural world and magical perfection. These birds, no larger than a human thumb when fully grown, possessed feathers that caught and reflected light with an intensity that made them appear to be crafted from pure golden flame rather than ordinary plumage. Their wings beat so rapidly that they became invisible blurs, creating a humming sound that was both musical and hypnotic, like distant bells ringing in harmony with the wind. The natural habitat of golden snidgets encompassed the ancient forests and pristine meadows, where magical energy flowed most strongly through the earth itself. They nested in hollow trees that had been touched by centuries of accumulated magic, weaving their homes from materials that included unicorn hair, phoenix down, and crystallized moonbeams gathered during the darkest nights of winter. Each nest was a masterpiece of natural architecture, so perfectly constructed that wizard naturalists spent lifetimes studying their building techniques without fully understanding the instinctive knowledge that guided their creation. Snidgets fed on nectar from flowers that bloomed only in the presence of powerful magic, their diet contributing to the golden luminescence that made their feathers so prized by collectors and craftsmen. They possessed an almost supernatural ability to sense magical disturbances from vast distances, often appearing at locations where significant spells were being cast or important magical events were unfolding. This sensitivity made them valuable to wizards seeking to understand magical phenomena, but it also made them vulnerable to exploitation by those who understood how to manipulate their natural curiosities. The rotational wing structure that made snidgets such remarkable flyers was unlike anything found in ordinary birds, allowing them to change direction with impossible speed and execute maneuvers that defied conventional understanding of aerodynamics. They could hover motionless in the air for hours, then accelerate to tremendous speeds in any direction without warning. Their flight patterns seemed to incorporate elements of precognition, as they would begin evasive maneuvers before threats had fully materialized, suggesting an awareness that extended beyond normal sensory capabilities. The magical properties of snidget feathers were renowned throughout the wizarding world for their ability to enhance flying spells and transportation magic. A single feather, properly prepared and incorporated into a broomstick's construction, could improve its speed and maneuverability dramatically. Wealthy families paid enormous sums for garments woven with snidget feathers, as the resulting robes provided their wearers with enhanced magical abilities and protection against various forms of harmful spells. The decision to introduce snidgets into Quidditch competition arose from a combination of factors that reflected both the growing sophistication of the sport and the increasing wealth and influence of the magical communities that supported it. Matches had become social events that attracted spectators from considerable distances, creating economic opportunities for communities that could host successful tournaments. The pressure to create increasingly spectacular entertainment led organizers to experiment with additions that would distinguish their events from ordinary matches. The first recorded use of a snidget in competitive play occurred during a match organized by the prominent Malfoy family, whose wealth and social position gave them both the resources to acquire the rare bird and the influence to convince other teams to participate in their experimental format. The Malfoys had been seeking ways to demonstrate their family's importance and magical sophistication, and incorporating a creature as exotic and valuable as a golden snidget into their sporting event achieved both objectives simultaneously. The announcement that the match would feature a snidget caused tremendous excitement throughout the magical community, as most wizards had never seen one of the legendary birds in person. The promise of witnessing such a rare creature in action drew spectators from across Britain and parts of continental Europe, creating the largest gathering for a sporting event in magical history up to that point. The economic impact of this influx of visitors transformed the local community and established precedents for the commercial potential of major magical sporting events. The rules governing the Snidget's use were hastily conceived and imperfectly understood, reflecting the experimental nature of the innovation and the organizers' lack of experience with incorporating live creatures into competitive sport. The bird was released at the beginning of the match with a prize of 150 galleons offered to whichever player could capture it, a sum that represented more wealth than most magical families would see in several years of ordinary income. The effect of this announcement on the players was immediate and dramatic. The carefully developed tactical systems that had evolved over decades of goal-focused play were abandoned instantly as every player on both teams redirected their attention toward capturing the golden prize. Catchers who had spent years perfecting their ball-handling skills found themselves chasing a target that moved with impossible speed and seemed to anticipate their every approach. Beaters forgot their defensive responsibilities as they joined the hunt for a creature that could make them wealthy beyond their wildest dreams. The match that followed was unlike anything that had been seen before in organized sport. A chaotic aerial ballet that combined elements of hunting, racing, and pure spectacle in ways that left spectators breathless with excitement and amazement. The Snidget, apparently enjoying the attention and challenge, led its pursuers on a chase that lasted for hours, darting between players with playful grace while maintaining just enough distance to remain beyond their reach. The bird's flight patterns seemed designed to maximize the entertainment value for spectators while testing the flying skills of its pursuers to their absolute limits. It would hover tantalizingly within reach of one player, then dart away just as their fingers closed on empty air. It led elaborate games of aerial hide-and-seek among the goalposts and around spectator areas, sometimes disappearing entirely, before reappearing in unexpected locations that sent players scrambling to adjust their pursuit patterns. The Snidget's apparent intelligence and sense of mischief added psychological elements to the chase that had never been present in ordinary Quidditch competition. Players found themselves trying to anticipate not just the bird's flight capabilities but its personality and motivations, leading to strategies that bordered on the absurd as they attempted to lure it within reach through various forms of bribery and coercion. The eventual capture of the Snidget came through a combination of skill, patience, and sheer luck that would become legendary in magical sporting circles. The successful player had positioned himself above the bird's general flight area and waited with remarkable discipline, while others exhausted themselves in fruitless chases below. When the Snidget finally flew within reach, apparently distracted by something only it could perceive, the player's perfectly timed dive allowed him to secure the prize and claim the substantial reward. The immediate aftermath of this first Snidget match was a period of intense discussion and analysis as players, spectators, and organizers tried to understand what they had witnessed and determine how such events might be incorporated into regular competition. The excitement generated by the Snidget chase had been extraordinary, creating levels of spectator engagement that far exceeded anything achieved by traditional goal-scoring contests. But the complete abandonment of team tactics and cooperative play had also demonstrated serious problems with the experimental format. The most obvious issue was that the Snidget's introduction had effectively eliminated all other aspects of the game, reducing what had been a complex team sport to a simple individual chase that could be won by any player, regardless of their team affiliation or tactical contribution. The careful balance between offense and defense that had characterized traditional Quidditch was completely destroyed when every player focused on the same target, leaving goals undefended and team strategies meaningless. The solution that emerged from extensive discussion and experimentation was the creation of a specialized position whose sole responsibility would be capturing the snidget, allowing the remaining players to continue their traditional roles while adding the excitement of the bird chase to the overall match experience. This new position, initially called the hunter, would be filled by players who possessed the specific combination of flying skill, patience, and tactical awareness needed to pursue an intelligent and evasive target while maintaining awareness of the broader match situation. The hunter position attracted a unique type of player, individuals who possessed not just exceptional flying abilities, but also the psychological characteristics needed to maintain focus during extended periods of frustration and apparent failure. Successful hunters developed an almost mystical understanding of snidget behavior, learning to read the subtle signs that indicated when a bird might be vulnerable to capture and developing approaches that combined stealth, speed, and intuitive timing. Training for hunter duties involved not just physical conditioning and flight practice, but also extensive study of snidget natural history and behavior patterns. Hunters learned to recognize the environmental factors that influenced bird movement, the seasonal variations in their activity levels, and the individual personality traits that made each snidget unique in its responses to pursuit. This knowledge base required constant updating as new discoveries were made about snidget capabilities and preferences. The equipment used by hunters was specially adapted for their unique requirements, with brooms optimized for rapid acceleration and precise maneuvering, rather than the sustained speed that characterized equipment used by other positions. Hunter brooms incorporated design elements that reduced noise and vibration, allowing for stealthier approaches that might not alarm their quarry. The craftsmanship required to create such specialized equipment represented some of the finest work in magical sporting goods manufacturing. The psychological pressures facing hunters were unlike those experienced by players in any other position, as their success or failure could determine their team's victory, regardless of how well their teammates performed in other aspects of the match. This responsibility created stress levels that many players found unbearable, leading to the development of mental conditioning techniques that would influence magical psychology for centuries to come. Successful hunters learned to maintain emotional equilibrium during extended periods of unsuccessful pursuit, understanding that frustration and impatience were their greatest enemies in dealing with creatures that seemed to sense and respond to their emotional states. They developed meditation techniques that allowed them to remain calm and focused, while engaging in high-speed aerial maneuvers that would terrify ordinary players. The integration of hunters into existing team structures required significant adjustments in tactical planning and resource allocation, as teams had to balance their traditional offensive and defensive needs with support for their specialized snidget pursuer. Successful teams learned to create opportunities for their hunters by manipulating the overall flow of matches in ways that might influence snidget behavior or positioning. The value placed on snidget capture, 150 points, enough to overcome substantial deficits in traditional scoring, reflected the difficulty and importance of the task, while creating strategic considerations that added new dimensions to match planning and execution. Teams that fell behind in goal scoring could maintain hope of victory through successful snidget capture, while leading teams had to balance aggressive pursuit of additional goals with defensive measures designed to prevent their opponents from achieving the dramatic reversal that snidget capture could provide. The social and economic implications of snidget-based competition extended far beyond the sporting arena, as the bird's rarity and value created markets for their acquisition and breeding that attracted investment from the wealthiest magical families. Snidget breeding became a specialized field that required extensive knowledge of magical creature husbandry, combined with substantial financial resources for facility, construction, and maintenance. The breeding programs that developed to support sporting use of snidgets represented some of the most advanced magical creature management techniques of their era, incorporating innovations in habitat design, nutrition, and behavioral conditioning that influenced magical zoology for centuries. Successful breeders learned to create environments that encouraged natural snidget behaviors while maintaining the controlled conditions needed for reliable sporting applications. The ethical questions surrounding the use of intelligent, magical creatures for sporting entertainment were raised almost immediately by magical naturalists and creature rights advocates who argued that snidgets deserved protection from exploitation, regardless of their value as entertainment. These concerns were initially dismissed by sporting authorities and wealthy families whose investments in snidget-based competition gave them strong financial incentives to continue the practice. The debate over creature rights in magical sport reflected broader philosophical questions about the relationship between wizards and the magical creatures that shared their world, issues that would continue to influence magical law and ethics for centuries. The snidget controversy established precedents for discussions about exploitation, consent, and the responsibilities that came with magical power over other intelligent beings. The impact of snidget introduction on spectator interest and commercial potential was immediate and dramatic, as matches featuring the golden birds drew crowds that were many times larger than traditional contests could attract. The combination of sporting competition and rare creature exhibition created entertainment experiences that appealed to much broader audiences than pure athletic contests could reach. The increased spectator interest led to innovations in venue design and crowd management that established standards for magical sporting facilities that would influence architecture and event planning for generations. Stadiums were redesigned to provide better sightlines for snidget observation, while crowd control measures were developed to prevent spectator interference with the delicate birds during matches. Commercial opportunities multiplied as merchants discovered demand for snidget-related merchandise, from replica feathers and miniature golden balls to specialized viewing equipment that enhanced spectators' ability to track the birds' rapid movements. The commercial success of snidget matches demonstrated the economic potential of magical sport as entertainment industry rather than simple community recreation. The media attention generated by snidget matches led to the development of magical sports journalism as publications sought to meet public demand for detailed coverage of matches and analysis of hunter techniques and snidget behavior. Sports writers developed specialized vocabularies and analytical frameworks for describing aerial chases and evaluating the performance of both human and avian participants. The breeding and training of snidgets for sporting use created new categories of magical employment as specialists were needed for every aspect of creature management, from nest design to behavioral conditioning. Master trainers commanded substantial fees for their services, while skilled handlers became essential personnel for teams that could afford to maintain their own snidget breeding programs. The transportation and care of snidgets during travel to distant matches required innovations in magical creature logistics that established principles for moving valuable and delicate beings safely across long distances. Specialized travel containers were developed that provided appropriate environmental conditions while protecting the birds from the stress and dangers associated with long-distance transportation. The gradual recognition that snidget populations were declining due to sporting use and habitat destruction led to the first serious discussions about conservation in magical creature management, as naturalists argued that short-term entertainment value should not be allowed to drive species extinction. These concerns were initially dismissed as alarmist by sporting authorities who argued that breeding programs would maintain adequate populations for continued use. The development of conservation awareness was accelerated by reports from magical naturalists working in remote areas where wild snidget populations had traditionally thrived. Their documentation of declining nesting success and reduced reproductive rates provided scientific evidence that sporting use was indeed threatening the species' long-term survival, lending credibility to conservation arguments that had previously been dismissed as emotional rather than factual. The response from sporting authorities and wealthy families whose investments depended on continued snidget availability was initially defensive, as they commissioned their own studies designed to demonstrate that sporting use was not significantly impacting wild populations. These competing scientific claims created the first major controversy in magical creature research, establishing precedents for disputes between commercial interests and conservation advocates that would recur frequently in later centuries. The economic interests involved in snidget sport were substantial enough to influence political processes and regulatory decisions, as families and organizations with significant investments in breeding programs and sporting facilities used their wealth and influence to resist conservation measures that might limit their commercial activities. The resulting political battles established patterns of conflict between environmental protection and commercial exploitation that would characterize magical creature policy for generations. The eventual recognition that snidgets were indeed endangered led to the development of the first comprehensive magical creature protection legislation, establishing legal frameworks for species conservation that balanced commercial interests with environmental responsibility. The Snidget Protection Act became a model for later conservation legislation and demonstrated that magical communities could develop effective regulatory responses to environmental challenges when scientific evidence became overwhelming. The practical impact of conservation legislation on Quidditch competition was dramatic and immediate, as sporting organizations found themselves faced with the choice between abandoning snidget-based matches or developing alternative approaches that could provide similar entertainment value without threatening species survival. The creative pressure generated by this constraint led directly to one of the most important innovations in magical craftsmanship and sporting equipment design. Bowman Wright's workshop occupied a converted barn on the outskirts of a small magical community where the sound of hammering and the glow of forge fires would not disturb neighbors who preferred quieter surroundings for their own work and contemplation. Wright himself was a master craftsman whose reputation for precision and innovation had been established through decades of creating magical devices that combined technical excellence with artistic beauty in ways that few of his contemporaries could match. The challenge of creating an artificial replacement for living snidgets appealed to Wright's engineering sensibilities and his deep appreciation for the natural world's elegant solutions to complex problems. He approached the project with the systematic methodology that characterized all his work, beginning with exhaustive analysis of snidget flight characteristics and behavioral patterns to understand exactly what qualities would need to be replicated in mechanical form. The technical requirements for an artificial snidget were formidable, as the device would need to replicate not just the bird's speed and maneuverability, but also its apparent intelligence and unpredictable behavior patterns. Wright's initial prototypes were crude affairs that flew in predictable patterns and lacked the element of challenge that made snidget pursuit exciting, but each iteration incorporated improvements that brought the artificial version closer to matching its living inspiration. The breakthrough that made Wright's golden snitch successful came through his integration of advanced magical engineering with intuitive understanding of what made snidget behavior so captivating for both players and spectators. Rather than simply trying to replicate observed flight patterns, he created a device that could generate its own behavioral responses based on environmental conditions and the actions of pursuing players. The magical mechanisms that powered the golden snitch incorporated principles of autonomous decision-making that were centuries ahead of their time, allowing the device to evaluate multiple variables simultaneously and select responses that would provide optimal challenge levels for players of different skill levels. The snitch could recognize when a hunter was becoming frustrated and adjust its behavior to provide encouragement, or detect overconfidence and respond with increased elusiveness that would restore appropriate challenge levels. The rotational wing system that gave the golden snitch its incredible maneuverability was a masterpiece of magical engineering that combined mechanical precision with spell-based enhancement in ways that created capabilities exceeding those of the living birds that had inspired its creation. The wings could rotate through complete circles while maintaining perfect aerodynamic efficiency, allowing for instantaneous direction changes that challenged even the most skilled hunters. The size and weight specifications for the golden snitch were carefully calculated to match those of living snidgets while incorporating the magical mechanisms needed for autonomous operation. Wright's achievement in creating a device that was simultaneously more durable than living birds and more challenging to capture represented a triumph of magical engineering that influenced countless other applications in the fadings in the pent centuries that followed. The golden finish that gave the snitch its distinctive appearance was not merely decorative but served functional purposes that contributed to its effectiveness as a sporting device. The magical properties of the gold enhanced the device's responsiveness to environmental magical fields, while providing protection against various forms of interference that might disrupt its operation during competitive use. The most innovative feature of Wright's design was the flesh memory charm that allowed the golden snitch to remember and respond to the magical signature of the first person to touch it with bare skin. This capability resolved the practical problem of determining capture in close calls while adding an element of mystical connection between device and player that enhanced the psychological impact of successful catches. The flesh memory system incorporated magical principles that were not fully understood even by Wright himself, as the charm required integration of consciousness mimicking spells with mechanical systems in ways that bordered on creating artificial life. The resulting device exhibited behaviors that sometimes seemed to transcend its programming, leading to speculation that successful golden snitches had developed something approaching genuine awareness. The testing and refinement of Wright's prototypes required cooperation from experienced hunters who could provide feedback on the device's behavioral realism and challenge level, while helping to identify improvements that would enhance its effectiveness in competitive use. These testing sessions became legendary among sporting equipment enthusiasts, as Wright's workshop attracted visitors from across the magical world who wanted to witness the development of revolutionary technology. The final version of Wright's golden snitch represented the culmination of years of research, experimentation, and refinement that had pushed magical engineering to new levels of sophistication and effectiveness. The device was simultaneously more reliable than living snidgets and more challenging to capture, providing consistent entertainment value while eliminating the ethical concerns associated with using endangered creatures for sporting purposes. The introduction of the golden snitch to competitive Quidditch was met with initial skepticism from players and spectators who doubted that any artificial device could match the excitement and unpredictability of living snidgets. However, the first matches using Wright's creation demonstrated that the mechanical version could indeed provide superior sporting experiences, while solving the practical problems that had made snidget-based competition unsustainable. The success of the golden snitch established Wright as one of the most influential figures in magical sporting history, while demonstrating that technological innovation could provide solutions to environmental challenges without sacrificing entertainment value or competitive integrity. His achievement became a model for later innovations that balanced commercial success with environmental responsibility. The transformation of hunter positions into seeker roles reflected the changed nature of the challenge presented by artificial snitches, as players had to adapt their techniques and strategies to deal with devices that responded differently than living creatures, while maintaining the excitement and challenge that made the position appealing to both participants and spectators. The Golden Snitch's impact on Quidditch strategy and match dynamics was profound and immediate, as teams had to develop new approaches to balance traditional goal scoring with support for their seekers, while adapting to the psychological pressures created by knowing that matches could end suddenly and dramatically through successful snitch capture. The combination of Wright's Golden Snitch with the existing elements of aerial team sport created the final form of Quidditch that would captivate magical communities for centuries to come, establishing all the essential components that would make the sport a global phenomenon and cultural institution that transcended simple entertainment to become a fundamental part of magical identity and community life. The 14th through 16th centuries witnessed the gradual transformation of medieval Quidditch from a collection of regional variations into something approaching the standardized sport that future generations would recognize and cherish. This process of refinement and organization reflected broader changes in magical society as scattered communities began to coalesce into more structured networks of trade, communication, and cultural exchange. The wild experimentation of earlier centuries gave way to systematic analysis and deliberate improvement, as players and organizers worked to preserve the excitement and challenge that made Quidditch compelling, while eliminating the inconsistencies and dangers that limited its appeal and accessibility. The great goalpost controversy that dominated sporting discussions during this period arose from fundamental disagreements about how competition should be structured and what values the sport should embody. The basket system that had replaced the earlier barrels on stilts offered certain advantages in terms of ball retention and scoring visibility, but it also created new problems that tested the ingenuity and patience of rule makers and equipment designers throughout the magical world. Baskets worked admirably for their primary function of catching and holding balls that were thrown or carried through their openings, providing clear visual confirmation of successful scoring attempts, while preventing disputes about whether goals had been legitimately achieved. The woven construction of most baskets also allowed spectators to see balls resting inside after successful shots, eliminating the uncertainty that had sometimes plagued earlier scoring systems where balls might bounce out of goals after apparently successful attempts. The craftsmanship involved in creating sporting baskets reached extraordinary levels of sophistication as artisans competed to develop designs that combined durability with optimal playing characteristics. Master basket makers experimented with different weaving patterns and materials, incorporating magical enhancements that strengthened their products, while maintaining the flexibility needed for balls to enter cleanly without excessive bouncing or deflection. Regional preferences for basket construction reflected local magical traditions and available materials, creating a rich diversity of styles that enhanced the sport's cultural significance while contributing to practical problems when teams from different areas met for competition. Scottish baskets, woven from highland grasses and strengthened with protective charms, were renowned for their durability in harsh weather conditions but tended to be smaller than those used elsewhere, making scoring more difficult and matches more defensive. Welsh basket makers incorporated dragon heartstring into their weaving, creating goals that could withstand tremendous impacts while providing enhanced magical resonance that some players claimed helped them judge distances and angles more accurately. These baskets were expensive and required careful maintenance, but teams that could afford them often gained subtle advantages that became significant over the course of long matches. English baskets emphasized consistency and standardization, with craftsmen developing techniques that produced nearly identical products, regardless of who created them or where they were used. This approach facilitated inter-regional competition by eliminating equipment-based advantages, but it also reduced the artistic elements and local character that many communities valued in their sporting traditions. The size restriction problem that plagued basket-based goal systems became increasingly serious as competitive pressure encouraged teams to seek every possible advantage, including manipulation of equipment specifications to favor their particular strengths and strategies. Teams with powerful throwers preferred small baskets that rewarded accuracy over force, while those emphasizing speed and agility favored larger targets that allowed for quick scoring during rapid offensive attacks. The lack of standardized dimensions meant that visiting teams often found themselves playing under conditions that differed dramatically from their home environments, creating unfair advantages for hosts who could design their equipment to complement their tactical preferences and individual player capabilities. These disparities became sources of controversy and conflict that threatened the sport's integrity and limited its growth potential. Some communities attempted to address the standardization problem by developing adjustable basket systems that could be modified to accommodate different preferences or skill levels, but these solutions created new complications related to equipment reliability and match consistency. Mechanical adjustment systems were vulnerable to tampering and weather damage, while magical resizing spells required constant maintenance and could be disrupted by the intense magical fields generated during competitive play. The economic implications of equipment standardization were substantial. As established, basket makers faced the prospect of retooling their production methods to meet uniform specifications while potentially losing the competitive advantages that came from local variations and specialized designs. Communities with successful basket-making industries had strong incentives to resist standardization efforts that might reduce demand for their distinctive products. The transition from baskets to hoops represented one of the most significant technical innovations in Quidditch history, fundamentally altering both the playing experience and the strategic considerations that shaped match preparation and execution. Hoops eliminated the ball retention characteristics that had made baskets effective while creating new challenges related to shot accuracy and defensive positioning that required players to develop entirely different skill sets. The conceptual shift from catching balls to passing them through openings reflected growing sophistication in understanding how scoring systems could influence overall gameplay and spectator interest. Hoop-based goals required greater precision from offensive players, while providing more opportunities for defensive intervention, creating a more balanced and dynamic competitive environment that appealed to players and spectators alike. The engineering challenges involved in creating durable and reliable hoop systems pushed magical craftsmanship to new levels of innovation and technical excellence. Unlike baskets, which could be repaired relatively easily when damaged, hoops required precision construction that maintained perfect circular shapes under all playing conditions, while providing sufficient structural integrity to withstand repeated impacts from balls thrown at high speeds. The materials used in hoop construction became subjects of extensive experimentation and development, as craftsmen sought combinations that would provide optimal strength, durability, and magical compatibility. Traditional metals like iron and bronze offered excellent structural properties, but could interfere with certain types of magic used by players and equipment. Magical alloys incorporating goblin, silver, and dwarf steel provided superior performance, but were expensive and difficult to work with using conventional techniques. The most successful hoop designs incorporated multiple materials in carefully engineered combinations that optimized different performance characteristics while minimizing potential weaknesses and failure points. Structural elements made from magically enhanced steel provided strength and durability, while surface treatments using precious metals improved magical compatibility and weather resistance. The magical enhancements applied to competition hoops represented some of the most advanced enchantment work of their era, incorporating spells that maintained structural integrity under extreme stress, while providing feedback mechanisms that allowed referees and spectators to determine scoring accuracy in disputed situations. Self-repair charms prevented minor damage from accumulating into major failures, while weather-resistant spells ensured consistent performance across all playing conditions. The 1883 standardization that established fixed hoop dimensions marked the end of decades of experimentation and debate, while creating the foundation for truly international competition based on consistent equipment and playing conditions. The dimensions chosen reflected careful analysis of existing variations combined with testing of different sizes to determine optimal balance between offensive and defensive advantages. The standard hoop diameter was calculated to provide reasonable scoring opportunities for skilled players, while maintaining sufficient challenge to keep matches interesting and competitive. Too large, and games would become high-scoring contests that emphasized speed over accuracy. Too small, and defensive play would dominate to the extent that matches became boring for spectators and frustrating for participants. The height specifications for standard hoops took into account both player safety considerations and tactical balance, ensuring that goals were accessible to players of different physical capabilities, while maintaining the aerial nature of play that distinguished Quidditch from ground-based sports. The chosen height encouraged spectacular flying displays while preventing strategies that relied primarily on superior physical size or strength. The standardization process required extensive negotiation and compromise among different magical communities, each of which had developed strong preferences for their local variations and viewed changes as potential threats to their sporting traditions and cultural identity. The final specifications represented genuine consensus that balanced competing interests while establishing principles that could guide future equipment development. The implementation of standard dimensions faced resistance from communities and organizations that had invested heavily in non-standard equipment, or whose playing styles were optimized for different goal configurations. Transition periods and financial assistance programs were developed to ease the conversion process. But some regions never fully adopted the new standards and continued using local variations for domestic competition. The International Confederation of Wizards Quidditch Committee emerged from the growing need for coordinated governance of a sport that had expanded far beyond its original regional boundaries, and now involved communities with different legal systems, cultural traditions, and sporting philosophies. The formation of this governing body represented one of the first successful attempts at international cooperation in magical affairs, establishing precedents for later diplomatic and regulatory initiatives. The committee's initial membership included representatives from all major magical communities where Quidditch was played regularly, ensuring that rulemaking and policy development reflected diverse perspectives and interests, rather than simply imposing the preferences of dominant regions or wealthy organizations. This inclusive approach was essential for building the legitimacy and credibility needed for effective international governance. The committee's early priorities focused on rule standardization and safety improvement, addressing the most pressing issues that limited Quidditch's growth and accessibility while avoiding controversial topics that might fragment the fragile international consensus. Equipment specifications, basic playing rules, and referee training standards were established through careful negotiation and compromise among different national and regional traditions. The development of standardized referee certification programs represented one of the committee's most significant achievements, creating consistent training and evaluation systems that ensured competent officiating, regardless of where matches were played. These programs incorporated best practices from different regional traditions, while establishing minimum competency standards that protected players and maintained competitive integrity. The referee training curricula developed by the committee covered not just rule knowledge and signal systems, but also the advanced magical skills needed for effective match supervision, including enhanced observation spells, communication charms, and emergency response procedures. The complexity of modern Quidditch required officials who could monitor multiple activities simultaneously while maintaining authority and credibility with players, spectators, and team management. The certification testing processes established rigorous standards for both theoretical knowledge and practical application, ensuring that certified referees possessed the skills and judgment needed for high-level competition. Written examinations covered rule interpretations and situational analysis, while practical tests evaluated officials' ability to manage actual matches under pressure while making accurate and consistent decisions. The 700 fouls that became legendary in Quidditch lore accumulated gradually during this period, as the committee worked to address safety concerns and competitive fairness, while preserving the excitement and physical challenge that made the sport compelling. Each addition to the official foul list reflected careful consideration of specific incidents and their implications for player safety and match integrity. The decision to classify the complete foul list reflected both practical and psychological considerations that influenced how rules were communicated and enforced throughout the magical world. Publishing a comprehensive catalogue of prohibited behaviours might provide ideas to players who would not have thought of such actions independently, while the mysterious nature of unpublished fouls encouraged generally cautious behaviour that served safety and sportsmanship objectives. The publicly acknowledged fouls covered the most obvious and dangerous forms of misconduct, including deliberate attempts to injure opponents, interference with match officials, use of illegal equipment or substances, and various forms of cheating that undermined competitive integrity. These were violations that any reasonable person would recognize as unacceptable, requiring little explanation or justification for their prohibition. The vast majority of classified fouls addressed more subtle forms of misconduct that required detailed explanation of circumstances and consequences to be understood properly. These included technical violations of equipment regulations, minor forms of unsportsmanlike conduct that could escalate into serious problems, and tactical behaviors that provided unfair advantages without obviously violating the spirit of competition. The enforcement mechanisms developed for foul management incorporated progressive penalty systems that allowed referees to address minor violations without disrupting match flow, while providing sufficient deterrent effect to prevent serious misconduct. Warning systems, temporary suspensions, and scoring penalties were calibrated to provide appropriate consequences for different types and severities of violations. The appeals processes, established by the committee, created formal mechanisms for reviewing controversial decisions and ensuring that rule enforcement remained consistent and fair across different matches and officials. These procedures balanced the need for final authority with recognition that human judgment, even when enhanced by magical observation methods, could sometimes be flawed or influenced by factors beyond officials' control. The hiding of Quidditch from Muggle observation became an increasingly complex challenge as the sport's popularity grew and matches began attracting larger crowds to venues that were not naturally isolated from non-magical populations. The committee's early regulations requiring 50-mile separation from known Muggle settlements reflected both the limitations of available concealment magic and genuine uncertainty about how much exposure could be safely tolerated. The expansion to 100-mile separation requirements demonstrated growing awareness of the risks associated with Muggle discovery of magical activities, as improved transportation and communication methods made it more likely that unusual aerial activities would be observed and reported by non-magical witnesses. These expanded buffer zones often forced matches to remote locations that were inconvenient for players and spectators while limiting the sport's accessibility and growth potential. The concealment methods available during this period relied primarily on distance and natural barriers, rather than the sophisticated illusion and memory modification techniques that would be developed in later centuries. Mountain ranges, dense forests, and large bodies of water provided natural screening that could hide Quidditch activities from casual observation, but these geographic features were not available in all regions where the sport was popular. Weather manipulation spells were sometimes employed to create cloud cover or fog banks that could conceal aerial activities, but these techniques were difficult to control precisely and could create dangerous playing conditions that increased injury risks. The magical energy required for large-scale weather modification was also substantial, limiting these approaches to the most important matches where the expense could be justified. The development of specialized concealment devices represented early attempts to create portable solutions that could be deployed at any suitable venue, regardless of natural screening availability. These devices typically created localized illusion effects that made aerial activities invisible to ground-based observers, though their range and effectiveness were limited by the magical technology available at the time. The first Muggle-repelling charms developed for Quidditch use were crude applications of existing magical techniques that created feelings of unease or sudden urgency in non-magical observers, encouraging them to leave the area without fully understanding why. These early charms were often too weak to be reliably effective or too strong, creating obvious supernatural effects that might themselves attract unwanted attention. The refinement of concealment magic specifically for sporting applications led to innovations that influenced other areas of magical society, as techniques developed for hiding Quidditch matches proved useful for protecting other magical activities and locations from Muggle discovery. The committee's investment in concealment research created benefits that extended far beyond sporting applications. The enforcement of concealment regulations required development of monitoring and inspection systems that could verify compliance with committee requirements, while providing assistance to communities that lacked adequate resources for effective concealment. Regional representatives were appointed to oversee implementation of concealment measures and investigate reports of potential exposure incidents. The penalties for concealment violations reflected the serious nature of potential consequences if magical activities were discovered by Muggle authorities or populations. Team suspensions, venue closures, and individual player sanctions were designed to ensure compliance with regulations, while providing sufficient deterrent effect to prevent careless or deliberate exposure of magical activities. The terminology changes that occurred during this period reflected both the natural evolution of language and deliberate efforts to create more appealing and accessible names for different aspects of the sport. The transformation of catcher to chaser emphasized the active, aggressive nature of the position, while suggesting the pursuit and teamwork that characterized effective offensive play. The evolution from bludder to bludger represented both linguistic refinement and recognition that the projectile elements of Quidditch had developed beyond their crude origins, as simple rocks thrown at opponents. Bludgers incorporated sophisticated magical enhancements that made them more predictable and safer, while maintaining the challenge and excitement that made them essential to competitive play. The change from hunter to seeker reflected the specialized nature of golden snitch pursuit and the patience and strategic thinking required for success in that role. The new terminology emphasized the methodical, analytical approach that distinguished effective snitch capture from simple, aggressive pursuit, recognizing that the position required unique skills and temperament. The spelling standardization from Quidditch to Quidditch represented more than simple orthographic preference, reflecting the sport's evolution from regional folk game to international institution, worthy of formal recognition and systematic organization. The new spelling was adopted gradually through committee influence and natural linguistic evolution rather than formal mandate. The goalpost evolution, from barrels to baskets to hoops, reflected continuous refinement of equipment design based on practical experience and systematic analysis of how different configurations affected gameplay and spectator interest. Each transition preserved successful elements from previous systems while addressing identified problems and limitations. The basket period introduced ball retention characteristics that eliminated disputes about successful scoring, while creating new tactical considerations related to goal clearing and defensive positioning. Teams learned to incorporate basket clearing techniques into their strategic planning, while developing specialized skills for extracting balls quickly to maintain game flow. The transition to hoops eliminated ball retention, while creating more dynamic scoring opportunities that required greater accuracy and timing from offensive players. The open design of hoops also provided better visibility for spectators and officials, while reducing the maintenance requirements associated with basket systems. The final hoop configurations incorporated lessons learned from decades of experimentation, with different materials, dimensions, and magical enhancements, creating equipment that balanced durability, fairness, and excitement in ways that satisfied players, officials, and spectators across different skill levels and competitive environments. The technological innovations that emerged during this period of standardization influenced magical craftsmanship and engineering far beyond sporting applications, as techniques developed for Quidditch equipment proved useful for other magical devices and systems. The precision machining required for standard hoops advanced metalworking techniques throughout magical society, while the magical enhancements developed for sporting equipment influenced other applications requiring durability and reliability under stress. The quality control systems developed to ensure compliance with standard specifications created manufacturing processes that influenced other magical industries seeking to improve consistency and reliability in their products. The testing and certification procedures established for Quidditch equipment became models for other applications, requiring verified performance and safety characteristics. The international cooperation required for equipment standardization demonstrated that magical communities could work together effectively on technical issues, despite cultural and political differences, establishing precedents for other collaborative efforts in areas ranging from magical creature protection to spell research and development. The economic impact of standardization extended throughout magical society as demand for compliant equipment created new market opportunities, while forcing traditional craftsmen to adapt their methods and products to meet international specifications. The transition period created both challenges and opportunities that influenced magical commerce for decades. The committee's success in achieving equipment standardization, while preserving regional variations in playing styles and tactical approaches, demonstrated that international governance could balance uniformity with diversity, creating frameworks that facilitated cooperation while respecting local traditions and preferences. The foundation established during this period of refinement and organization created the stable platform needed for Quidditch's continued growth and development, ensuring that future innovations would build upon consistent principles and practices rather than fragmenting the sport into incompatible regional variations. The careful balance between standardization and flexibility would prove essential for maintaining Quidditch's appeal and accessibility as it continued to spread throughout the magical world. The completion of this standardization process marked the end of Quidditch's developmental phase and the beginning of its era as a mature international sport capable of supporting professional leagues, major tournaments, and the complex infrastructure needed for truly global competition. The foundations had been laid, the standards had been established, and the stage was set for the golden age of magical sport that would follow. The year 1692 stands as one of the most pivotal moments in the history of magical civilization, marking the formal establishment of the International Statute of Secrecy that would fundamentally reshape how wizards and witches related to the non-magical world around them. This sweeping legislation, born from decades of increasing tension and dangerous encounters between magical and muggle populations, represented both the triumph of pragmatic thinking over idealistic hopes and the beginning of an era of hidden existence that would define magical society for centuries to come. For Quidditch, which had grown from humble marsh beginnings into a beloved international sport with thousands of participants and countless devoted followers, the statute represented an existential crisis that threatened to destroy everything the magical sporting community had built over the previous centuries. The aerial nature of the game, the large crowds it attracted, and the inherently spectacular displays of flying and magic that made it entertaining were precisely the elements that made concealment from Muggle observation most difficult and dangerous. The events leading up to the statute's implementation had created a climate of fear and uncertainty throughout the magical world, as incidents of Muggle discovery became increasingly frequent and difficult to manage through traditional methods of memory modification and misdirection. Witch trials and persecution had reached levels of violence and systematic organization that threatened the safety of magical communities throughout Europe and beyond, while improvements in Muggle transportation and communication made it increasingly likely that magical activities would be observed and reported. The magical governing bodies that had previously operated with relative independence found themselves forced to coordinate responses to threats that transcended national and regional boundaries, creating unprecedented levels of international cooperation among communities that had often viewed each other with suspicion or indifference. The urgency of the situation overcame traditional rivalries and territorial disputes as magical leaders recognized that their survival depended on unified action. The debate over whether Quidditch could continue under conditions of absolute secrecy divided the magical sporting community along lines that reflected deeper philosophical disagreements about how magical society should adapt to changing circumstances. Traditionalists argued that abandoning Quidditch would represent an unacceptable capitulation to Muggle pressure and a betrayal of centuries of magical heritage that had enriched the lives of countless wizards and witches. Progressive voices countered that the survival of magical civilization itself was more important than any single activity, however beloved, and that the risks associated with continuing large-scale public sporting events were simply too great to justify in the new environment created by the statute. They pointed to incidents where Quidditch matches had nearly been discovered by Muggle authorities, arguing that it was only a matter of time before a catastrophic exposure occurred that could not be contained. The economic arguments surrounding Quidditch's continuation were as compelling as the cultural and safety considerations, as the sport had become a significant source of employment and income for communities throughout the magical world. Equipment manufacturers, venue operators, food vendors, transportation providers, and countless other businesses depended on Quidditch-related commerce for their livelihoods, creating powerful constituencies with strong incentives to find solutions that would allow the sport to continue. The social importance of Quidditch extended far beyond simple entertainment, as matches had become central to community identity and inter-regional relationships that helped maintain the cultural connections essential for magical society's cohesion. Annual tournaments and traditional rivalries provided frameworks for peaceful interaction between communities that might otherwise have limited contact, while the shared passion for the sport created bonds that transcended political and cultural differences. The technical challenges associated with concealing Quidditch from Muggle observation were formidable, requiring magical innovations that pushed the boundaries of what was considered possible with existing concealment and illusion techniques. Traditional hiding methods that relied on distance and natural barriers were inadequate for protecting events that might attract thousands of spectators and require large, open venues for safe aerial competition. The development of large-scale concealment charms specifically designed for sporting events represented one of the most ambitious magical engineering projects ever attempted, requiring coordination between specialist enchanters, theoretical researchers, and practical testing teams working under intense time pressure. As the statute's implementation deadline approached, the magical energy requirements for maintaining effective concealment over the areas and durations needed for major Quidditch events were enormous, demanding innovations in power generation and magical field management. The early concealment experiments produced mixed results that demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of existing magical techniques when applied to large-scale illusion and misdirection. Small-scale tests successfully hid practice sessions and minor matches from Muggle observers, but attempts to conceal major tournaments revealed weaknesses in the technology that could not be easily addressed without fundamental advances in magical theory and application. The weather-related challenges of outdoor concealment proved particularly difficult to solve, as wind, rain, and seasonal changes could disrupt carefully calibrated illusion spells while creating safety hazards for players and spectators. The magical energy fluctuations caused by storms and other natural phenomena interfered with concealment charms in unpredictable ways, making it impossible to guarantee reliable protection under all playing conditions. The psychological effects of concealment magic on both participants and spectators created unexpected complications that threatened to undermine the social benefits that made Quidditch valuable to magical communities. Players reported feeling disconnected and isolated when competing within concealment fields, while spectators found their enjoyment diminished by awareness that they were hidden from the outside world, like criminals conducting illicit activities. The protests that erupted throughout the magical world as the implications of the statute became clear reflected deep-seated resistance to fundamental changes in how magical society organized itself and conducted its most cherished activities. Quidditch players, teams, and supporters organized demonstrations and petition campaigns that sought to convince authorities that ways could be found to continue the sport without violating secrecy requirements or endangering magical communities. The most dramatic protests occurred in regions where Quidditch had become deeply integrated into cultural traditions and seasonal celebrations that defined community identity and provided structure for social interaction. Scottish magical communities, where the sport had evolved from ancient warrior traditions, viewed restrictions on Quidditch as attacks on their cultural heritage that could not be tolerated regardless of external pressures or safety considerations. Professional players and teams faced career-ending uncertainties as the future of competitive Quidditch remained unclear, leading to player strikes and team boycotts that disrupted existing league schedules and created economic hardship for communities that depended on Quidditch-related commerce. The uncertainty created by the statute's implementation caused immediate damage to the sporting infrastructure that had been built over centuries of gradual development. The emotional intensity of the protests reflected the genuine grief and loss felt by magical communities facing the potential disappearance of activities that had provided meaning, excitement, and social connection for generations of participants and spectators. For many magical families, Quidditch represented their primary connection to the broader magical world and their main source of community identity beyond immediate kinship relationships. The negotiations that ultimately produced compromise solutions to the Quidditch crisis required unprecedented levels of cooperation between international magical authorities, national governments, local communities, and sporting organizations that had previously operated with considerable independence. The complexity of balancing secrecy requirements with cultural preservation created challenges that tested the diplomatic and administrative capabilities of magical institutions that were still learning to function as coordinated systems. The final agreement that allowed Quidditch to continue under strict concealment protocols represented a triumph of pragmatic problem-solving over ideological purity, acknowledging that complete prohibition of beloved activities was neither practical nor sustainable in democratic magical societies. The compromise satisfied neither traditionalists who wanted unrestricted continuation, nor security hardliners who preferred complete elimination, but it provided a workable framework that preserved the essential elements of the sport while addressing legitimate safety concerns. The creation of the Department of Magical Games and Sports marked the emergence of specialized bureaucratic institutions dedicated to managing the complex regulatory and administrative requirements created by the statute's implementation. This new governmental entity was tasked with developing and enforcing the detailed rules and procedures needed to allow magical sporting activities to continue while maintaining absolute secrecy from Muggle populations. The department's initial staff was drawn from experienced Quidditch administrators and magical law enforcement personnel who understood both the practical requirements of sporting competition and the security challenges created by the need for concealment. Their combined expertise proved essential for developing policies that balanced competing interests while creating enforceable standards that could be applied consistently across different regions and competition levels. The regulatory framework established by the department addressed every aspect of Quidditch operations, from venue selection and preparation through crowd management and post-event cleanup, creating comprehensive systems that left nothing to chance or individual judgment. The detailed specifications for concealment charms, security protocols, and emergency procedures reflected hard-won experience from early implementation efforts that had revealed numerous potential failure points. The training programs developed for department personnel and approved sporting organizations ensured that everyone involved in organizing or conducting Quidditch events understood their responsibilities and possessed the skills needed to execute complex concealment operations successfully. These training systems created standardized approaches to common challenges while providing flexibility for addressing unique situations that might arise during actual events. The inspection and enforcement mechanisms established by the department provided ongoing oversight that could identify and address compliance problems before they created security breaches or safety hazards. Regular audits of venues, equipment, and procedures ensured that concealment systems remained effective while providing opportunities for continuous improvement based on operational experience and technological advances. The Bankery Bangers incident that led to the team's immediate dissolution demonstrated the serious consequences that awaited organizations that failed to comply with secrecy requirements or whose actions threatened to expose magical activities to Muggle observation. This highly publicized case served as both warning and precedent. establishing that the authorities were prepared to impose severe penalties for violations, regardless of the offending organization's history, reputation, or community connections. The specific circumstances that led to the Bangers' downfall reflected the kind of reckless behavior that the new regulatory system was designed to prevent, as team members had consumed excessive quantities of alcohol before launching an unauthorized dragon hunting expedition that could easily have been observed by Muggle witnesses. The combination of impaired judgment, illegal creature harassment, and blatant disregard for concealment protocols created exactly the kind of incident that could have triggered the broader exposure crisis the statute was designed to prevent. The investigation that followed the Bangers incident revealed systemic problems within their organization that went far beyond the single event that triggered their dissolution, including inadequate supervision of player behavior, insufficient training in secrecy protocols, and a culture that prioritized entertainment value over safety and security considerations. These findings reinforced the necessity of comprehensive regulatory oversight and strict enforcement of established standards. The broader impact of the Bangers case on magical sporting culture was profound and lasting, as teams and players throughout the world recognized that the new secrecy requirements were not merely bureaucratic inconveniences, but fundamental changes in how magical activities would be conducted. The message was clear. Compliance with secrecy protocols was not optional, and violations would be met with immediate and severe consequences. The development of Muggle-repelling charms specifically designed for large-scale sporting events represented one of the most significant magical innovations of the post-statute era, incorporating advances in crowd psychology, magical field theory, and long-duration enchantment maintenance that pushed the boundaries of what had previously been considered possible. These charms had to be powerful enough to affect potentially thousands of Muggle minds simultaneously, while remaining subtle enough to avoid creating obvious supernatural effects that might themselves attract unwanted attention. The psychological research that informed the development of effective repelling charms required careful study of Muggle behavior patterns and decision-making processes, as the magic had to work by encouraging natural-seeming choices rather than creating obviously compelled actions that might be noticed and investigated by Muggle authorities. The most successful approaches created feelings of mild urgency or discomfort that would cause Muggle observers to leave the area while providing them with plausible explanations for their decisions. The technical challenges of maintaining large-scale repelling effects over the extended periods required for major Quidditch events demanded innovations in magical energy distribution and field stabilization that influenced other applications throughout magical society. The power requirements were enormous, necessitating the development of new techniques for channeling and focusing magical energy from multiple sources, while maintaining precise control over field characteristics and boundaries. The 1994 World Cup implementation of advanced concealment and crowd control magic demonstrated the effectiveness of the systems that had been developed over the previous centuries, as hundreds of thousands of spectators were successfully hidden from Muggle observation while attending what was arguably the largest magical gathering in history. The complex layering of different magical effects created seamless protection that allowed the tournament to proceed without incident or discovery. The charm work required for the World Cup included not only direct concealment and repelling effects, but also sophisticated illusion magic that created alternate explanations for any unusual phenomena that might be observed from a distance. Muggle witnesses who glimpsed unusual lights or sounds were provided with false memories of conventional explanations, such as military exercises or industrial activities that could account for their observations without raising supernatural suspicions. The emergency protocols developed for major events included contingency plans for dealing with concealment failures, unauthorized Muggle intrusions, and other security breaches that could threaten exposure despite the best preventive measures. These protocols required coordination between sporting officials, security personnel, and magical law enforcement agencies, while maintaining the rapid response capabilities needed to address problems before they could escalate into major crises. The success of concealment systems in protecting major Quidditch events from Muggle discovery validated the compromise approach that had allowed the sport to continue under the Statute of Secrecy, while demonstrating that magical communities could adapt to changing circumstances without abandoning their most cherished traditions. The technological innovations developed for sporting concealment found applications in protecting other magical activities and locations, contributing to the overall effectiveness of the secrecy system. The economic impact of the new regulatory requirements was substantial but manageable, as the costs of concealment, magic, and security measures were distributed across the entire magical sporting community through ticket sales, sponsorship arrangements, and government subsidies that recognized the cultural importance of maintaining Quidditch traditions. The investment in concealment technology also created new employment opportunities for specialists in security, magic, and event management. The social and cultural effects of hidden Quidditch competition were more complex, as the sport's role in magical society evolved from public celebration to private community activity that reinforced the boundaries between magical and Muggle worlds. While some lamented the loss of openness and accessibility that had characterized earlier eras, others found that the intimacy and exclusivity created by concealment enhanced their sense of belonging to a special community with unique traditions and capabilities. The international cooperation required for implementing consistent concealment standards across different magical jurisdictions strengthened diplomatic relationships and created frameworks for addressing other challenges that affected the global magical community. The success of coordinated action on Quidditch secrecy demonstrated that magical governments could work together effectively when faced with common threats and shared interests. The enforcement mechanisms established during this period created precedents for regulatory oversight that would influence magical governance for centuries to come, as the Department of Magical Games and Sports became a model for other specialized agencies that balanced public safety with cultural preservation, while maintaining democratic accountability and community input in policy development. The long-term sustainability of concealment-based Quidditch was validated through generations of successful tournaments and matches that maintained secrecy while preserving the excitement and community benefits that made the sport valuable to magical society. The systems developed during the crisis period proved robust and adaptable, accommodating changes in both magical and Muggle technology while maintaining their essential protective functions. The lessons learned from the statute crisis influenced magical thinking about adaptation and change, demonstrating that beloved traditions could survive fundamental challenges when communities were willing to embrace innovation and accept necessary modifications to preserve essential values and activities. The experience provided confidence that magical society could maintain its identity and culture while adapting to changing external circumstances. The transformation of Quidditch from open to hidden sport represented one of the most successful adaptations to the requirements of the International Statute of Secrecy, proving that magical communities could preserve their most important traditions while accepting the constraints needed for survival in a world where secrecy had become essential for safety and security. The compromise solutions developed during this crisis period established principles and practices that would guide magical society's approach to similar challenges for centuries to come. The institutional frameworks created to manage concealed Quidditch became permanent features of magical governance, evolving and adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining their core mission of protecting magical activities from Muggle discovery. The Department of Magical Games and Sports grew into one of the most important and respected branches of magical government, its expertise and authority extending far beyond sporting applications to encompass all forms of magical recreation and public gathering. The technological innovations pioneered for Quidditch concealment influenced magical development in countless other areas, as techniques for large-scale illusion, crowd management, and security magic found applications in everything from magical transportation systems to educational institutions. The investment in concealment research during the statute crisis created capabilities that benefited magical society far beyond the immediate sporting applications that had motivated their development. The cultural significance of successful Quidditch preservation under the statute cannot be overstated, as the sport's survival provided proof that magical communities could maintain their essential character and traditions despite external pressures that threatened to force fundamental changes in how they organized their lives, conducted their most important activities. This success provided hope and confidence that influenced magical society's approach to other challenges and changes in the centuries that followed. The centuries following the establishment of the Statute of Secrecy witnessed an unprecedented flowering of magical innovation and craftsmanship that transformed every aspect of wizarding life. But perhaps nowhere was this renaissance more evident than in the evolution of broomstick technology and the emergence of professional Quidditch leagues that would capture the imagination of magical communities across the globe. What had begun as crude transportation devices, fashioned from local materials and basic levitation charms, evolved into sophisticated flying machines that represented the pinnacle of magical engineering, while the informal sporting clubs of earlier eras gave way to organized professional teams that commanded fierce loyalty and substantial financial support from their devoted followers. The transformation of broomstick design during this period reflected both advancing magical theory and growing understanding of the complex aerodynamics involved in sustained magical flight. The primitive broomsticks that had carried medieval Quidditch players through their aerial contests were crude affairs by comparison to the technological marvels that emerged from the workshops of master craftsmen who dedicated their lives to perfecting the art of flight. These early brooms had been functional but unreliable, prone to sudden failures and uncomfortable for extended use, suitable for basic transportation and simple sporting activities, but inadequate for the demanding requirements of elite competition. The revolution in broom construction began with systematic study of how different woods affected flight characteristics. As craftsmen moved beyond traditional choices based on availability and folklore to embrace scientific analysis of grain patterns, density variations, and magical resonance properties, oak, which had been favored for its strength and durability, proved too heavy for optimal performance in competitive applications, while pine offered lightness at the cost of structural integrity that made it unsuitable for aggressive flying maneuvers. The discovery that hazelwood provided an optimal balance of strength, flexibility, and magical conductivity marked the beginning of specialized broom construction that prioritized performance over mere functionality. Hazel's natural affinity for channeling magical energy made it ideal for the complex enchantments required for high-performance flight, while its relatively light weight allowed for the rapid acceleration and precise maneuvering that competitive Quidditch demanded. Ash wood emerged as the preferred choice for brooms designed for speed and long-distance flight, its straight grain and excellent magical resonance, creating handles that could maintain stable flight characteristics, even under extreme conditions. The finest racing brooms incorporated ash handles that had been aged for decades in controlled magical environments, allowing the wood to develop the crystalline magical pathways that made possible the seamless integration of rider intent with broom response. The revolutionary binding techniques developed during this period replaced the crude rope and nail construction of earlier eras with sophisticated joinery methods that created seamless connections between handle and twigs while allowing for the precise weight distribution essential for optimal flight performance. Master craftsmen developed signature techniques that were closely guarded trade secrets, passed down through apprenticeship systems that ensured quality control while maintaining the innovation that drove continuous improvement. The twigs and bristles that provided lift and propulsion underwent equally dramatic improvements. As broom makers experimented with different magical plants and treatment methods to optimize aerodynamic properties and magical responsiveness. Birch twigs, when properly prepared and arranged, created lift characteristics that were both powerful and controllable, while willow provided the flexibility needed for fine maneuvering adjustments. The most significant breakthrough in bristle technology came with the introduction of tail hair from magical creatures into broom construction, as unicorn hair provided unmatched responsiveness to rider intent, while phoenix feathers contributed stability and endurance that allowed for sustained high-speed flight. These exotic materials were expensive and difficult to obtain ethically, but their incorporation into premium brooms created performance advantages that justified their cost for serious competitive players. The Cleansweep series represented the democratization of quality broom technology, as the Cleansweep company pioneered mass production techniques that made reliable, well-designed brooms available to families that could not afford the handcrafted masterpieces created by traditional artisans. The engineering challenges of creating consistent quality in manufactured brooms required innovations in magical standardization and quality control that influenced manufacturing throughout the wizarding world. The Cleansweep design philosophy emphasized durability and ease of maintenance over maximum performance, creating brooms that could withstand the rough treatment typical of family use while providing reliable flight characteristics that made them suitable for both transportation and recreational flying. The company's success demonstrated that there was substantial market demand for affordable quality that opened Quidditch participation to much broader segments of the magical population. The Weasley family's long association with Cleansweep brooms reflected both their practical approach to equipment selection and their understanding that skill and determination mattered more than expensive gear in determining sporting success. The reliability and predictable handling characteristics of Cleansweep models made them ideal training brooms for young players learning fundamental flying techniques, while their reasonable cost allowed families to equip multiple children without prohibitive expense. The development of specialized Cleansweep variants for different applications demonstrated the company's understanding that one design could not serve all purposes optimally, leading to models optimized for cargo carrying, long-distance travel, or specific playing positions in Quidditch. This specialization created product lines that could compete effectively with more expensive alternatives in specific applications, while maintaining the affordability that was central to the brand's appeal. The Comet series emerged from a different design philosophy that prioritized innovation and performance advancement over cost considerations or mass market appeal. Comet brooms incorporated cutting-edge magical technologies and experimental materials that pushed the boundaries of what was possible in broomstick design, often serving as testbeds for techniques that would later be adopted more widely throughout the industry. The Comet 260 that became the preferred choice of players like Cho Chang and Nymphadora Tonks represented the series' commitment to balanced performance that combined speed, maneuverability, and reliability in a package that satisfied the demanding requirements of competitive play. The model's success among professional and amateur players alike validated Comet's approach of incremental improvement based on extensive testing and feedback from actual users. The magical innovations incorporated into Comet designs often involved experimental enchantments and materials that required careful testing to ensure both performance and safety under the extreme conditions of competitive flight. The company's willingness to embrace risk and uncertainty in pursuit of advancement created a reputation for innovation that attracted riders who valued cutting-edge technology over proven reliability. The testing protocols developed by Comet for evaluating new designs and technologies became industry standards that influenced how all broom manufacturers approached product development and quality assurance. The comprehensive evaluation of flight characteristics under various conditions ensured that new models met performance claims while identifying potential safety issues before products reached consumers. The Nimbus revolution, that began with the introduction of the Nimbus 2000, represented a quantum leap in broomstick performance that redefined what was possible in magical flight and established new standards for competitive equipment throughout the Quidditch world. The company's emergence from relative obscurity to industry leadership demonstrated how breakthrough innovation could disrupt established market hierarchies and create new possibilities for athletic achievement. The engineering philosophy behind Nimbus design emphasized the integration of advanced materials science with revolutionary magical enhancement techniques that created synergistic effects impossible to achieve through conventional approaches. The company's research and development program invested heavily in understanding the fundamental physics of magical flight, leading to innovations that improved performance across all aspects of broomstick operation. The Nimbus 2000's introduction as Harry Potter's first high-performance broom marked his transition from student to serious competitive player, while demonstrating how superior equipment could enhance natural talent without replacing the skill and dedication required for true excellence. The broom's exceptional responsiveness to rider intent allowed Harry to execute maneuvers that would have been impossible on lesser equipment, but only because his natural abilities provided the foundation for taking advantage of the technological capabilities. The immediate impact of the Nimbus 2000 on competitive Quidditch was dramatic and widespread, as teams and individual players recognized that the performance advantages provided by superior equipment could determine the outcome of closely contested matches. The broom's speed and agility gave its riders significant advantages in both offensive and defensive situations, creating pressure throughout the sport for similar technological advancement. The Nimbus 2000, and one that appeared the following year, represented the company's commitment to continuous improvement and their understanding that maintaining technological leadership required constant innovation, even when existing products were successful. The enhanced performance of the newer model validated the upgrade approach to product development while creating marketing strategies that encouraged regular equipment replacement among serious players. Draco Malfoy's father's purchase of Nimbus 2001s for the entire Slytherin team demonstrated how wealthy families could use superior equipment to gain competitive advantages while raising questions about fairness and equity that would influence discussions of equipment, regulations in organized competition. The incident highlighted the growing importance of financial resources in determining access to the best equipment and the implications for competitive balance. The psychological impact of the team equipment upgrade extended beyond simple performance enhancement, as the Slytherin players' confidence was boosted by knowledge that they possessed superior technology, while their opponents faced the psychological pressure of competing against equipment advantages they could not match. These mental factors often proved as important as the technical superiority in determining match outcomes. The Nimbus Company's rise to market leadership established them as the premium brand in competitive broomstick manufacturing, a position that brought both opportunities and pressures as competitors sought to develop products that could challenge their technological supremacy, while customers developed high expectations for continued innovation and improvement. The technological leadership enjoyed by Nimbus appeared unassailable until the emergence of the Firebolt represented a new paradigm in broomstick design that incorporated revolutionary approaches to magical engineering and materials, science that surpassed even Nimbus's considerable achievements. The Firebolt's development as a top-secret project reflected both the competitive pressures driving innovation and the recognition that breakthrough advances required substantial investment in research and development. Randolph Spudmore's revolutionary integration of goblin-made iron into broomstick construction represented a fundamental departure from traditional wood-based design that opened new possibilities for performance enhancement, while creating manufacturing challenges that required entirely new production techniques and quality control methods. The use of metal components in what had always been an organic technology required careful engineering to maintain the magical conductivity and responsiveness that made broomsticks effective. The goblin iron's superior strength and magical properties provided structural advantages that allowed for lighter overall construction, while improving durability under the extreme stresses of high-performance flight. The material's natural resistance to magical interference also enhanced the reliability of complex enchantments used for performance enhancement, creating more predictable and consistent flight characteristics. The enhanced stability provided by goblin iron construction proved particularly valuable in adverse weather conditions, where traditional wooden brooms might become difficult to control or even dangerous to operate. The Firebolt's ability to maintain precise handling characteristics in rain, wind, and turbulence gave its riders significant advantages in outdoor competition, where weather could previously determine outcomes regardless of player skill. The non-slip grip technology incorporated into Firebolt handles addressed a persistent problem that had affected broomstick riders since the earliest days of magical flight, as maintaining secure contact with the broom became increasingly difficult during extended periods of aggressive maneuvering or in wet conditions. The Firebolt solution combined magical enhancement with advanced materials engineering to create handling surfaces that remained secure and comfortable under all conditions. The speed capabilities of the completed Firebolt exceeded anything previously achieved in production broomstick design, establishing new benchmarks for acceleration and maximum velocity that influenced performance expectations throughout the industry. The broom's ability to reach incredible speeds while maintaining controllability made it the preferred choice for riders who demanded ultimate performance regardless of cost considerations. The secrecy surrounding Firebolt development reflected both competitive considerations and the technical challenges of creating revolutionary products that required extensive testing and refinement before they could be safely released to the public. The company's commitment to perfection over quick market entry ensured that the final product met the extraordinary performance claims while maintaining the safety and reliability required for competitive use. Harry Potter's acquisition of a Firebolt as a gift from his godfather, Sirius Black, marked another significant milestone in his development as a competitive player, while demonstrating how access to the ultimate in broomstick technology could enhance already exceptional natural abilities. The Firebolt's performance characteristics were perfectly matched to Harry's flying style and positional requirements, creating a synergy that elevated his play to new levels. The impact of the Firebolt's introduction on the competitive landscape was immediate and profound, as its superior performance created new standards for elite competition, while driving innovation throughout the industry, as competitors sought to develop products that could match its capabilities. The broom's dominance in professional competition established it as the definitive choice for serious players while creating aspirational demand among amateur riders. The emergence of professional Quidditch leagues represented the natural evolution of a sport that had grown from informal community recreation to organized entertainment that could support full-time careers and substantial commercial enterprises. The transition from amateur to professional competition required development of new institutional structures and business models that could sustain the financial requirements of elite athletics, while preserving the community connections and sporting traditions that made Quidditch meaningful to participants and spectators. The British and Irish Quidditch League established itself as the premier professional competition in the sport's birthplace, attracting the finest players from throughout the region while creating the organizational frameworks and competitive standards that would influence professional Quidditch development worldwide. The league's success demonstrated that magical sporting entertainment could generate sufficient public interest and financial support to justify the substantial investments required for professional operations. The Chudley Cannons' evolution from ambitious competitors to lovable underdogs reflected the complex dynamics of professional sports, where financial resources, organizational competence, and pure sporting ability combined to determine success in ways that often frustrated fans and players alike. The team's early optimism, expressed in their original motto, "We shall conquer," represented the hope and determination that drove many professional franchises in their early years. The Cannons' subsequent motto changed to "Let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best," captured both the humor and resignation that characterized fan attitudes toward teams that consistently fell short of expectations despite genuine effort and occasional flashes of brilliance. This self-deprecating approach to sporting failure created a unique fan culture that celebrated persistence and loyalty over actual achievement. Ron Weasley's devotion to the Cannons, despite their consistent disappointments, demonstrated the deep emotional connections that could develop between fans and teams, regardless of competitive success, as supporting one's chosen team became an expression of personal identity and community belonging that transcended mere entertainment consumption. The psychological investment in team fortunes created lasting bonds that enriched fans' lives while providing teams with stable support bases. The Cannons' participation in international competition in 1972 marked their brief moment of relevance on the broader Quidditch stage, though their own lack of confidence in their chances proved prophetic as their performance failed to match their supporters' hopes. The experience demonstrated how professional teams could achieve moments of glory while struggling with the consistency required for sustained success. The Holyhead Harpies' distinction as the only all-female professional team in the league reflected both progressive attitudes toward gender equality in magical sport and the practical recognition that talented players deserved opportunities regardless of traditional demographic assumptions. The team's success in attracting top female talent created competitive advantages while establishing important precedents for inclusion and diversity throughout professional athletics. Gwenog Jones's leadership of the Harpies during her playing career demonstrated how individual excellence could elevate entire organizations while creating inspirational models for future generations of players who might not otherwise see paths to professional success. Her combination of athletic achievement and leadership capability established templates for player development that influenced coaching and management approaches throughout the league. The Harpies' competitive success validated the all-female team concept, while proving that organizational innovation could create sustainable competitive advantages when based on genuine merit rather than mere novelty. Their achievements on the field demonstrated that talent and dedication mattered more than conformity to traditional organizational models in determining sporting success. Ginny Weasley's eventual professional career with the Harpies represented the fulfillment of athletic potential that had been evident during her Hogwarts years, while demonstrating how the all-female team concept could provide opportunities for players who might face barriers in mixed-gender organizations. Her success validated both her individual abilities and the organizational philosophy that had created the opportunity. The Montrose Magpies' record of 32 league championships established them as the most successful franchise in professional Quidditch history, while creating a legacy of excellence that influenced expectations and standards. Throughout the sport, their sustained success over generations demonstrated how organizational culture and commitment to excellence could create competitive advantages that transcended individual players or specific eras. The Magpies' ability to maintain competitive excellence across decades of play required sophisticated player development systems and organizational management that could adapt to changing conditions while preserving the core values and practices that had created their success. Their example influenced management approaches throughout professional sports, while establishing benchmarks for organizational achievement. The combination of individual talent and organizational excellence that characterized the Magpies' most successful periods created synergistic effects that elevated both player performance and team achievement beyond what either element could have accomplished independently. This understanding of how individual and collective success reinforced each other became fundamental to professional sports management. The Touch Hill Tornadoes' achievement of 5 consecutive league championships represented one of the most dominant periods in professional Quidditch history, while demonstrating how exceptional teams could transcend normal competitive balance to achieve sustained excellence. Their success created excitement and inspiration throughout the magical world while establishing performance standards that influenced player development and team building throughout the sport. Cho Chang's support for the Tornadoes reflected the passionate fan loyalty that great teams could inspire, while demonstrating how sporting excellence could create emotional connections that transcended geographical boundaries and personal relationships. The team's success provided shared experiences that enriched the lives of supporters while creating lasting memories and community bonds. The Tornadoes' record-setting victory achieved through snitch capture, 3.5 seconds into the match, represented both the ultimate expression of competitive excellence and the unpredictable nature of Quidditch that made every match potentially historic. This achievement demonstrated how preparation, skill, and opportunity could combine to create moments of sporting perfection that inspired wonder and admiration throughout the magical world. The speed of the record-setting victory highlighted the unique characteristics of Quidditch that distinguished it from other sports, while creating legendary moments that became part of the game's folklore and cultural significance. Such achievements transcended mere statistical records to become symbols of possibility and excellence that influenced future generations of players and fans. Puddlemere United's status as the league's oldest team connected modern professional competition with the sport's historical roots, while demonstrating how organizational continuity could preserve traditions and values across centuries of social and cultural change. Their founding in 1163 predated most other magical institutions and linked contemporary fans with generations of supporters who had shared similar passions and loyalties. Albus Dumbledore's support for Puddlemere United revealed the personal interests and enthusiasms that existed alongside his public responsibilities as an educator and leader, demonstrating how magical sport could provide relaxation and enjoyment for individuals whose professional lives involved serious responsibilities and constant pressure. His team loyalty showed the human side of a figure, often viewed primarily through his professional achievements. Oliver Wood's transition from Hogwarts captain to professional player with Puddlemere United represented the natural progression of exceptional student athletes, while demonstrating how school competition could provide preparation for professional careers. His success validated the player development role that educational institutions played in the broader ecosystem of competitive Quidditch. The connection between Hogwarts competition and professional careers created pathways for talented young players while providing inspiration and aspirational models that enhanced the educational value of school athletics. The knowledge that exceptional performance could lead to professional opportunities motivated students while enriching the competitive environment within magical education. The Wimborne Wasp's unique origin story, involving a player batting a wasp nest at an opposing seeker, created one of the most memorable moments in professional Quidditch history while establishing the team's identity and fan culture around concepts of innovation and aggressive competition. This incident demonstrated how individual moments of creativity or desperation could become foundational myths that defined organizational character for centuries. The historical significance of the wasp nest incident extended beyond mere entertainment to represent the kind of innovative thinking and willingness to use available resources that characterized successful Quidditch competition throughout its history. The players' quick thinking under pressure became a model for the adaptability and creativity that the sport demanded from its participants. The Appleby Arrows fan tradition of shooting arrows from wands after successful chaser scores created one of the most distinctive and memorable spectator experiences in professional Quidditch, while demonstrating how team cultures could develop unique traditions that enhanced the entertainment, value, and community significance of sporting events. The tradition connected contemporary fans with historical archery practices while creating shared rituals that strengthened fan identity and loyalty. The eventual banning of the arrow tradition by the Department of Magical Games and Sports after a referee injury highlighted the ongoing tension between preserving colorful traditions and maintaining safety standards that protected participants and spectators. The incident involving the arrow piercing the referee's nose became part of Quidditch folklore, while serving as a cautionary tale about the importance of balancing tradition with responsibility. The safety considerations that led to the tradition's prohibition reflected broader efforts to professionalize Quidditch while maintaining its essential character and appeal, demonstrating how regulatory oversight could preserve the sport's integrity while eliminating practices that created unnecessary risks. The balance between preservation and modernization required constant attention and adjustment as conditions changed and new safety concerns emerged. The economic impact of professional Quidditch extended far beyond the teams and leagues themselves to encompass entire industries built around equipment, manufacturing, venue operations, media coverage, and fan services that created employment and business opportunities throughout magical society. The sport's commercial success demonstrated how entertainment could generate substantial economic activity while providing social benefits that enriched communities and strengthened cultural identity. The development of professional player markets created new forms of magical commerce while establishing value systems that recognized and rewarded athletic excellence through financial compensation that could support full-time dedication to competitive improvement. The emergence of professional contracts and player transfers created business relationships that influenced how talent was developed and utilized throughout the sport. The infrastructure required to support professional competition included specialized venues, training facilities, medical services, and administrative systems that required substantial investment while creating employment opportunities for individuals with various skills and interests. The growth of professional Quidditch created career paths that extended far beyond playing opportunities while contributing to economic development in communities that hosted teams and events. The cultural significance of professional Quidditch transcended entertainment to become a source of community identity and regional pride that strengthened social bonds while providing shared experiences that enriched magical life. The success of local teams became matters of collective achievement and failure that affected entire communities while creating traditions and loyalties that passed between generations of supporters. The establishment of inter-house Quidditch competition at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry represented far more than the simple addition of sporting activities to an educational curriculum. It embodied the fundamental philosophy that magical education should encompass the development of character, courage, and community bonds alongside academic achievement. The decision to organize teams according to house affiliations rather than skill levels or personal preferences reflected deep understanding of how competitive athletics could strengthen the house system that formed the social and base, emotional foundation of student life at the ancient castle. The origins of Hogwarts Quidditch traced back to the 15th or 16th centuries, when the sport had achieved sufficient popularity and standardization throughout magical Britain to warrant inclusion in the educational programs of the country's most prestigious magical institution. The castle's founders had envisioned houses as more than mere dormitory assignments, intending them to serve as extended families that would provide support, guidance, and healthy competition throughout students' 7-year educational journey. The integration of Quidditch into the house system created natural frameworks for intergroup competition that channeled adolescent energies into constructive activities, while teaching valuable lessons about teamwork, leadership, and gracious response to both victory and defeat. The sport's demanding physical and mental requirements made it an ideal vehicle for character development, as players had to overcome fear, master complex skills, and learn to function effectively as part of larger organizational structures. The 4 house teams that emerged from this educational philosophy each developed distinct identities and playing styles that reflected the characteristics and values emphasized by their respective founders. Gryffindor's emphasis on courage and daring translated into aggressive, attacking play that favored bold, tactical decisions and spectacular individual achievements. Slytherin's focus on ambition and cunning produced teams known for strategic sophistication and willingness to exploit any advantage within the rules. Ravenclaw's intellectual orientation resulted in analytical approaches to the game that emphasized preparation, study of opponents, and innovative tactical solutions to competitive challenges. Hufflepuff's values of loyalty and fair play created teams that prioritized teamwork and mutual support while maintaining the highest standards of sportsmanship and ethical conduct. The annual tournament structure that developed around inter-house competition was carefully designed to balance educational objectives with competitive excitement, ensuring that every house had opportunities for success, while creating climactic moments that brought the entire school community together in shared celebration of athletic achievement. The system required each house team to play against every other house once during the academic year, creating 6 total matches that provided regular entertainment while allowing meaningful assessment of relative strengths. The 3-game format for individual teams meant that success required consistent performance rather than relying on single moments of brilliance. teaching students valuable lessons about preparation, dedication, and sustained effort. Teams that hoped to compete for the House Cup needed to develop depth and resilience that could carry them through multiple challenging contests while maintaining the academic performance required for continued participation. The point system that determined House Cup winners incorporated both individual match results and cumulative scoring that rewarded sustained excellence, while providing opportunities for dramatic comebacks that kept competition interesting. Throughout the academic year, teams that won their matches decisively could build commanding leads, but the possibility of high-scoring defeats meant that no team could assume victory until the final whistle of the last match. The enormous silver Quidditch Cup that served as the tournament's ultimate prize had been crafted during the early years of the competition to provide a tangible symbol of achievement that would inspire generations of competitors. The trophy's size and grandeur reflected the importance that Hogwarts placed on athletic competition as an integral part of magical education, rather than merely recreational activity. The cup's design incorporated magical enhancements that preserved the names and achievements of every winning team throughout the centuries, creating a permanent record that connected contemporary students with the long history of Quidditch excellence at the school. Students could trace the achievements of legendary players and teams while understanding their own place in ongoing traditions that transcended individual academic careers. The tradition of displaying the cup in the winning house's common room created ongoing motivation for current players, while providing daily reminders of past achievements that could inspire future efforts. The trophy became a focal point for house pride and identity that strengthened community bonds while encouraging the kind of sustained commitment required for competitive success. The annual rotation of cup possession ensured that no single house could dominate indefinitely, while creating opportunities for every house to experience the joy of ultimate victory and the renewed motivation that came from seeing their trophy prominently displayed. The temporary nature of cup ownership made each victory more precious, while ensuring that defeats provided motivation for future improvement rather than lasting discouragement. The legendary matches that punctuated Hogwarts Quidditch history became part of the school's folklore, passed down through generations of students who might not remember specific academic lessons but could recount dramatic victories and heartbreaking defeats in vivid detail. These sporting memories became shared cultural references that bound alumni together across decades of separation while creating common ground for conversations and relationships. The most memorable contests typically involved close scores, dramatic weather conditions, controversial referee decisions, or spectacular individual performances that transcended normal expectations for student athletics. Games that were decided by single plays or lasted for unusually long periods became legendary, not just for their outcomes, but for the lessons they taught about perseverance, courage, and the unpredictable nature of competitive sport. The influence of exceptional individual players on team fortunes and school culture extended far beyond their immediate competitive contributions, as students who achieved Quidditch excellence often became role models whose dedication and achievement inspired broader community improvement. The visibility of athletic success created platforms for leadership that could influence school culture in positive directions, while demonstrating the rewards of sustained effort and commitment. The Harry Potter era represented one of the most storied periods in Hogwarts Quidditch history, as the combination of exceptional individual talent with strong supporting players and dedicated leadership created teams that achieved both competitive success and lasting cultural impact. The Gryffindor team that dominated much of this period demonstrated how individual brilliance could be enhanced through effective teamwork and organizational excellence. Harry's emergence as a seeker during his first year at Hogwarts created immediate excitement and controversy, as his natural flying ability and intuitive understanding of golden snitch behavior marked him as potentially exceptional, even before he had opportunity to develop through training and experience. His appointment to the team, despite first-year students typically being prohibited from house teams, reflected both his obvious talent and the coaching staff's recognition that exceptional circumstances warranted exceptional responses. The psychological impact of Harry's presence on both his own team and their opponents became evident immediately, as his reputation for surviving extraordinary dangers translated into an aura of invincibility that could influence match outcomes before games even began. Opponents who might have been confident against ordinary first-year players found themselves unsettled by facing someone whose very survival seemed to defy normal expectations. Oliver Wood's captaincy during Harry's early years exemplified the kind of dedicated leadership that could transform individual talent into collective achievement while establishing cultural standards that influence team behavior long after specific players graduated. His obsessive attention to tactical preparation and physical conditioning created competitive advantages while teaching team members valuable lessons about the relationship between effort and achievement. Wood's training methods, which often pushed players beyond their comfort zones while maintaining safety standards appropriate for student athletics, demonstrated how demanding leadership could inspire rather than discourage when based on genuine care for team members' development and success. His ability to balance individual improvement with team coordination created synergistic effects that elevated overall performance beyond the sum of individual contributions. The evolution of Wood's tactical approaches reflected his growing understanding of how to optimize his team's particular strengths while addressing weaknesses that could be exploited by sophisticated opponents. His willingness to adapt strategies based on changing personnel and conditions demonstrated the kind of flexible thinking that distinguished successful leaders from those who relied solely on predetermined approaches. Fred and George Weasley's contributions as beaters exemplified how players could excel through combination of natural ability, creative thinking, and deep understanding of their teammates' capabilities and needs. Their coordination was so seamless that they functioned almost as a single unit, providing defensive coverage and offensive support that multiplied their individual effectiveness. The Weasley twins' approach to beta play emphasized anticipation and positioning over pure physical strength, demonstrating how intellectual preparation could compensate for physical limitations while creating tactical advantages that less thoughtful players might miss. Their ability to read developing plays and position themselves optimally gave their team consistent advantages in the chaotic environment of competitive Quidditch. The psychological warfare that Fred and George employed against opponents was subtle but effective, using humor and apparent casualness to mask serious preparation while creating uncertainty about their true capabilities and intentions. Their relaxed demeanor often caused opponents to underestimate their skills until critical moments when their preparation and coordination proved decisive. The chaser trio of Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet represented the kind of balanced offensive attack that could succeed through combination of complementary skills, rather than relying on single, dominant players. Katie's speed and agility provided penetration capability. Angelina's strength and accuracy created scoring opportunities, while Alicia's court vision and passing ability tied their individual contributions together into coherent offensive strategies. The development of their coordination, through years of playing together, created almost telepathic understanding that allowed for complex plays and split-second adjustments that confused opposing defenses while maximizing scoring opportunities. Their success demonstrated how sustained teamwork could create advantages that exceeded what individual brilliance alone could achieve. The fifth-year transition that brought Angelina Johnson to team captaincy, while Ron Weasley replaced Wood as keeper, represented both opportunity and challenge, as the team had to adapt to new leadership styles while integrating a player whose abilities were still developing. Angelina's approach differed from Wood's in emphasizing collective responsibility and mutual support over individual excellence and demanding preparation. Ron's struggles with confidence and consistency as keeper created vulnerabilities that opponents could exploit, while providing valuable lessons about mental preparation and emotional control under competitive pressure. His gradual improvement demonstrated how persistence and support from teammates could overcome initial difficulties while building character that would serve him well beyond athletic competition. The psychological challenges that Ron faced as keeper reflected broader issues that many young athletes encounter when thrust into high-pressure situations before they have fully developed the mental tools needed for consistent success. His experience illustrated how supportive environments could help students work through difficulties while learning valuable lessons about resilience and self-confidence. Harry's assumption of team captaincy during his 6th year marked his evolution from talented individual player to leader, responsible for coordinating and motivating teammates while maintaining his own high-performance standards. The transition required development of new skills in communication, tactical planning, and personnel management that complemented his existing athletic abilities. The challenges of captain duties while maintaining academic responsibilities and dealing with external pressures related to the broader magical world's conflicts provided valuable lessons in priority management and leadership under stress. Harry's approach to balancing these competing demands demonstrated maturity and character development that extended far beyond athletic achievement. Ginny Weasley's emergence as both chaser and emergency seeker during this period revealed exceptional athletic versatility combined with the kind of competitive fire that made her effective regardless of position. Her ability to contribute meaningfully in multiple roles provided tactical flexibility while demonstrating how thorough understanding of the game could transcend positional specialization. Ginny's natural flying ability and game sense made her immediately effective as a seeker when Harry was unavailable, validating her talent while providing valuable experience that would serve her well in her eventual professional career. Her seamless transition between positions demonstrated the high level of athletic intelligence that characterized the most successful players. The post-Hogwarts careers that emerged from this generation of players validated the educational value of the school's Quidditch program while demonstrating how athletic excellence could provide foundations for professional success. The combination of competitive experience, teamwork skills, and personal discipline developed through school athletics created advantages that extended far beyond sporting applications. Charlie Weasley's potential professional career as a seeker represented the kind of opportunity that exceptional student athletes could pursue, though his ultimate choice of dragon research demonstrated how Hogwarts education prepared students to follow their authentic interests rather than simply pursuing the most obvious or prestigious paths. His decision validated the school's emphasis on character development alongside skill acquisition. James Potter's excellence as a chaser during his student years became part of the family legacy that influenced Harry's own athletic development, while demonstrating how sporting traditions could strengthen family bonds across generations. The knowledge that his father had excelled in the same sport and position provided both inspiration and pressure that shaped Harry's approach to competition and achievement. Professor McGonagall's own Quidditch career and subsequent career-ending injury provided important lessons about both the rewards and risks associated with competitive athletics, while demonstrating how sporting experiences could influence later career choices and teaching approaches. Her understanding of the game's demands made her an effective advocate for her house team, while maintaining appropriate academic standards. The Slytherin teams that provided primary opposition during this period were characterized by tactical sophistication and willingness to exploit any advantage within the rules, creating challenging opponents that tested Gryffindor's abilities while providing valuable lessons about preparation and adaptation. Marcus Flint's leadership combined aggressive tactics with strategic thinking that made Slytherin consistently competitive. Draco Malfoy's role as Slytherin Seeker created natural rivalry dynamics that elevated the intensity of inter-house competition, while providing both players with motivation to achieve their highest performance levels. The personal animosity between Harry and Draco added psychological dimensions that made their contests more compelling while teaching valuable lessons about maintaining focus despite emotional distractions. The equipment advantages that Slytherin gained through their Nimbus 2001 purchase created temporary competitive imbalances that tested Gryffindor's ability to overcome material disadvantages through superior preparation and teamwork. These situations provided valuable lessons about adapting to challenging circumstances while maintaining competitive spirit and sportsmanship. Cedric Diggory's excellence as Hufflepuff Seeker represented the kind of well-rounded achievement that characterized the best student athletes, as his competitive success was matched by academic excellence and personal character that made him widely respected throughout the school community. His tragic death during the Triwizard Tournament highlighted the broader dangers facing the magical world while emphasizing how precious such exceptional individuals were. The Ravenclaw teams, led by Roger Davies, demonstrated how intellectual approaches to competitive preparation could create advantages that complemented natural athletic ability, while providing alternative models for achieving success. Their analytical approaches to game planning and opponent analysis influenced tactical development throughout inter-house competition. Cho Chang's skill as Ravenclaw Seeker created additional competitive pressure for Harry, while providing opportunities for personal growth that extended beyond athletic achievement. The complexity of competing against someone for whom he had personal feelings taught valuable lessons about compartmentalization and maintaining focus despite emotional complications. The broader educational impact of Hogwarts Quidditch extended far beyond the students who actually played on house teams, as the entire school community became invested in outcomes that created shared experiences and emotional connections that strengthened house identities and school culture. The matches provided common ground for students who might otherwise have limited interaction while creating traditions and memories that lasted lifetimes. The spectator culture that developed around inter-house competition demonstrated how athletic events could bring communities together in celebration of shared values and mutual support, while also providing outlets for competitive emotions that might otherwise be expressed in less constructive ways. The ritual aspects of match attendance created meaningful traditions that enhanced school culture. The influence of Quidditch success on house point competitions and overall school culture created additional motivation for excellence, while demonstrating how athletic achievement could contribute to broader educational objectives. The integration of sporting success with academic and behavioral expectations reinforced the school's holistic approach to character development. The legendary matches that occurred during this period became permanent parts of Hogwarts folklore, providing shared reference points that would connect generations of students while demonstrating how competitive athletics could create moments of transcendent achievement that inspired communities and individuals long after specific outcomes were forgotten. The lessons about leadership, teamwork, perseverance, and gracious response to both victory and defeat that students learned through Quidditch participation proved valuable throughout their later lives. validating the educational philosophy that viewed competitive athletics as integral to magical education rather than merely recreational activity. The career paths that emerged from Hogwarts Quidditch participation demonstrated the program's success in developing well-rounded individuals who could excel in various fields while maintaining the character traits and competitive skills that had made them successful athletes. The combination of specific athletic skills with broader personal development created foundations for lifelong achievement and contribution. The traditions established during this golden era of Hogwarts Quidditch would influence school culture for generations to come, creating standards of excellence and community engagement that would inspire future students while preserving the values and approaches that had made the program so successful in developing character alongside competitive skill. The first Quidditch World Cup in 1473 emerged from the growing recognition that the sport had transcended its origins as regional entertainment to become a truly international phenomenon that deserved celebration on the grandest possible scale. The tournament's conception reflected both the ambitious vision of magical sporting authorities and the practical understanding that competitive excellence required opportunities for the finest teams and players from different nations to test themselves against one another. Under standardized conditions that would determine true champions rather than merely regional favorites. The organizational challenges of creating an international tournament in an era when magical travel was still primitive and communication between distant magical communities remained sporadic and unreliable were enormous, requiring innovations in logistics and coordination that pushed the boundaries of what magical authorities had previously attempted. The tournament's planners had to develop new systems for team qualification, venue preparation, spectator accommodation, and security that could handle the unprecedented scale and complexity of bringing together competitors and supporters from across the known magical world. The qualification process that determined which teams would participate in the inaugural tournament was necessarily improvised, as no established systems existed for comparing the relative strengths of teams from different countries and magical traditions. Regional champions were invited to participate based on their reputations and the recommendations of magical authorities who had some knowledge of international Quidditch development, creating a diverse field that represented the sport's global reach while acknowledging the limitations of available information. The venue selection for the first World Cup required finding a location that could accommodate the massive crowds expected while providing the security and concealment necessary to prevent Muggle discovery of what would undoubtedly be the largest magical gathering in recorded history. The chosen site, a remote valley in the Scottish Highlands that was protected by ancient wards and natural barriers, provided the isolation and magical resonance needed while offering sufficient space for the temporary city that would emerge to support the tournament. The construction of facilities for the first World Cup represented one of the largest magical engineering projects ever undertaken, as temporary structures had to be created that could safely accommodate tens of thousands of spectators while providing the specialized requirements for international-level Quidditch competition. The stadium itself was a marvel of magical architecture, incorporating design elements from various national traditions while maintaining the functional requirements needed for fair and exciting competition. The tournament format that was established for the inaugural World Cup reflected careful consideration of how to balance competitive fairness with practical constraints related to time, resources, and participant capabilities. The decision to allow any country to enter created an inclusive approach that honored the sport's democratic traditions while acknowledging that some nations had more developed Quidditch programs than others, leading to significant disparities in team quality and competitive experience. The legendary status that the first World Cup achieved was established not through the quality of play, which was often crude by later standards, but through the historic significance of bringing together magical communities from across the globe in peaceful competition and shared celebration of athletic achievement. The tournament created precedents and traditions that would influence international Quidditch for centuries, while demonstrating that magical cooperation could overcome cultural and political differences when united by common passion for sporting excellence. The most remarkable aspect of the 1473 tournament was not any individual match or performance, but the complete commission of all 700 possible fouls during the final match alone. This unprecedented display of competitive misconduct reflected both the intensity of the championship contest and the limitations of referee training and rule enforcement in an era when standardized officiating procedures were still being developed through trial and error. The accumulation of every possible foul during a single match created a spectacle that was simultaneously thrilling and horrifying, as players pushed the boundaries of acceptable behavior far beyond anything that had been witnessed in regional competition. The match became a catalogue of creative rule violations that would influence foul definitions and enforcement procedures for generations, while providing cautionary examples of how competitive pressure could overwhelm sportsmanship when inadequate controls existed. The referee, who managed to identify and call all 700 fouls during the course of the final, demonstrated both exceptional knowledge of the rules and remarkable courage in maintaining order despite the chaos unfolding around him. His performance became legendary among officiating circles, establishing standards for comprehensive rule enforcement that influenced referee training programs, while creating expectations for neutral authority that could maintain competitive integrity under even the most challenging circumstances. The impact of witnessing every possible foul during a single match profoundly influenced spectator understanding of Quidditch's complexity and the importance of rule enforcement in maintaining the sport's integrity and safety. The experience demonstrated how quickly competitive athletics could descend into dangerous chaos without effective officiating, while validating the extensive rule structure that had been developed to prevent such situations. The 1809 World Cup that featured Romania playing Spain became infamous for demonstrating how individual player behavior could escalate beyond sporting competition into genuine international incidents that threatened both athletic cooperation and broader diplomatic relationships. The tournament highlighted the psychological pressures that major international competition could place on participants, while revealing the potential for competitive emotions to overwhelm rational judgment with catastrophic consequences. Nico Nandov's reputation for ferocious outbursts during regular season play had made him a controversial figure whose participation in international competition created concerns among tournament organizers, who understood that his volatile temperament could create problems that extended far beyond individual match outcomes. His team's attempts to substitute him for the final reflected their own recognition that his psychological state posed risks to both competitive success and broader team reputation. The denial of substitution requests by tournament authorities reflected the rigid application of established rules without adequate consideration of the extraordinary circumstances that justified exceptional measures. This inflexibility would later be recognized as a contributing factor to the disaster that followed, leading to rule changes that provided greater discretion for managing situations where player welfare and public safety might be at stake. The transformation of competitive frustration into magical terrorism, when Nandov and his dark wizard accomplices animated the surrounding forest, demonstrated how sporting events could become platforms for broader conflicts that had little to do with athletic competition itself. The attack revealed vulnerabilities in tournament security while highlighting the potential for international sporting events to become targets for individuals and groups seeking to advance political or personal agendas through spectacular violence. The 7-hour battle between humans and enchanted trees that erupted from what should have been a sporting celebration created one of the most surreal and terrifying incidents in magical sporting history, as spectators found themselves fighting for their lives against opponents that conventional defensive spells could barely affect. The conflict demonstrated both the courage of ordinary magical citizens when faced with extraordinary threats and the importance of adequate security planning for major public events. The ultimate victory of human defenders over the animated forest came at enormous cost in casualties and trauma that affected entire magical communities for generations. While the death of Nandov himself at the hands of a particularly violent spruce provided a form of poetic justice that satisfied some observers while highlighting the tragic waste of talent and potential that such incidents represented. The long-term impact of the tree battle extended far beyond the immediate casualties and property damage, as the incident became a cautionary tale about the importance of mental health awareness and intervention in competitive athletics, while demonstrating how individual psychological problems could escalate into community-wide crises when left unaddressed. The 1877 World Cup that nobody remembered became one of the most mysterious incidents in magical sporting history, creating questions and theories that persisted for centuries without ever being satisfactorily resolved. The complete loss of memory regarding what should have been one of the most significant magical gatherings of the century demonstrated the existence of magical forces and techniques that exceeded common understanding while raising disturbing questions about consent and free will in magical society. The careful planning and preparation that had preceded the tournament, including venue selection, publicity campaigns, and ticket sales, created extensive documentation that proved the event had been intended to occur while providing no clues about what had actually happened during the supposed tournament period. The contrast between detailed preparation records and complete absence of event memories created a puzzle that challenged basic assumptions about magical causation and human consciousness. The physical evidence discovered after the memory loss incident painted a picture of violence and chaos that seemed inconsistent with organized sporting competition, as players were found with severe injuries that suggested combat rather than athletic contest, while spectators showed signs of trauma that extended far beyond anything that Quidditch competition could reasonably cause. The mysterious circumstances raised questions about whether a tournament had occurred at all or whether something entirely different had taken place during the lost time. The theories that emerged to explain the mass memory loss ranged from relatively mundane magical accidents to elaborate conspiracies involving organizations that operated beyond normal magical law and accountability. The Goblin Liberation Front theory suggested political motivation for disrupting a major international gathering, while the Spattergroid outbreak hypothesis proposed medical explanations that could account for both memory loss and the physical symptoms observed in affected individuals. The decision to restage the tournament the following year reflected both practical necessity and symbolic importance, as magical sporting authorities recognized that allowing the mystery to remain unresolved would create lasting damage to international Quidditch cooperation, while potentially encouraging similar incidents by demonstrating that major tournaments could be disrupted without consequences. The 1974 World Cup, organized under Royston Idlewild's leadership, represented a dramatic departure from traditional tournament management approaches, as his background as a former professional player gave him unique insights into competitive requirements, while his stated preference for the sport over its supporters created controversial policies that fundamentally changed the spectator experience. Idlewild's decision to ban wands from tournament venues reflected genuine security concerns based on previous incidents where spectator behavior had created safety hazards and competitive disruptions. But the implementation of blanket prohibitions, without adequate consultation or preparation, created immediate conflicts with deeply held traditions about magical identity and personal protection that many spectators considered non-negotiable. The fan boycotts that resulted from the wand ban demonstrated the power that spectator communities could exercise when their fundamental interests and values were threatened, as attendance dropped to levels that threatened the tournament's financial viability, while creating an atmosphere of hostility and resentment that undermined the celebration and unity that international competition was supposed to foster. The introduction of dissimulators as wand substitutes represented innovative problem-solving that addressed spectator desires for magical expression while maintaining security objectives. Though the device's true nature as disguised wands created ethical questions about deception and authority that would influence discussions of sporting governance for generations. The colorful, tube-like objects provided outlets for fan enthusiasm while maintaining the illusion of compliance with security restrictions. The spectacular revelation during the final match when 100,000 dissimulators simultaneously transformed back into the wands they had always been created, one of the most memorable moments in World Cup history, while demonstrating the collective power of spectator communities when organized around common purposes. The mass transformation humiliated tournament authorities while validating fan resistance to policies they considered unreasonable and illegitimate. Idlewild's immediate resignation following the dissimulator incident reflected both personal embarrassment and recognition that his leadership had become counterproductive to tournament objectives, while his later vindication regarding security concerns demonstrated the complexity of balancing competing interests in major public events where safety and tradition could come into fundamental conflict. The 1994 World Cup became synonymous with the return of dark, magical forces that had been dormant since Voldemort's first defeat, as what should have been a celebration of international, magical cooperation became the stage for demonstrations of renewed Death Eater activity that shattered the peaceful complacency many magical communities had enjoyed during the intervening years. The pre-match festivities that had created such excitement and anticipation were transformed into scenes of terror and chaos when masked Death Eaters emerged from their long hiding to demonstrate that they remained organized, dangerous, and committed to the supremacist ideology that had motivated their previous campaigns of violence and intimidation. The attack on Muggle landowners represented both practical terrorism and symbolic statement about magical superiority that was designed to recruit supporters while intimidating potential opponents. The levitation and torture of helpless Muggles created images of magical sadism that shocked spectators who had grown accustomed to thinking of the dark arts as historical problems rather than continuing threats, while the systematic nature of the attack demonstrated organizational capabilities that suggested careful planning and preparation, rather than spontaneous violence motivated by temporary excitement. The appearance of the Dark Mark for the first time in 14 years served as both threat and promise, warning existing Death Eaters that their master had not forgotten them, while signaling to potential recruits that the organization remained active and dangerous despite its apparent defeat during the previous war. The magical symbol's reappearance created immediate panic among spectators who understood its significance, while providing validation for those who had warned that Voldemort's defeat had been temporary rather than permanent. The casting of the Dark Mark by Barty Crouch Jr. represented the culmination of long-term planning that had placed a supposedly deceased Death Eater in position to create maximum psychological impact while supporting Voldemort's return to power through carefully coordinated actions that demonstrated both individual dedication and organizational sophistication. The revelation that prominent ministry families had been penetrated by Death Eater ideology created lasting damage to public confidence in magical government and law enforcement. The Ministry of Magic's failure to prevent or adequately respond to the Death Eater attack created a crisis of confidence that extended far beyond sporting administration to encompass fundamental questions about magical government, competence and preparedness for renewed conflict with dark, magical forces. The incident revealed security vulnerabilities that had developed during years of peaceful complacency, while demonstrating that threats which had been considered historical could re-emerge with little warning. The international implications of the attack extended beyond British magical government to affect relationships between magical communities worldwide, as foreign visitors who had expected to enjoy peaceful sporting competition instead found themselves witnesses to terrorism and political violence that challenged assumptions about magical Britain's stability and security. Victor Krumm's performance during the final match, where he caught the golden snitch despite his team's ultimate defeat, created one of the most memorable and instructive moments in World Cup history, while demonstrating the complex relationship between individual excellence and team success that made Quidditch strategically fascinating and emotionally compelling for players and spectators alike. The tactical decision to catch the snitch while trailing by more than 150 points reflected sophisticated understanding of match dynamics and psychological warfare, as Krumm recognized that ending the match on his own terms would preserve personal honor while minimizing the margin of defeat in ways that might influence future encounters between the teams. The mathematical precision required to execute such a strategy successfully demonstrated both Krumm's exceptional skill as a seeker and his complete awareness of match situation and scoring implications, qualities that distinguished elite players from those who possess technical ability without the game knowledge needed to make optimal decisions under competitive pressure. The psychological impact of Krumm's decision on both teams and spectators created lasting impressions that transcended the specific match outcome, as his willingness to accept defeat while maintaining personal excellence became a model for gracious competitive behavior that influenced sporting culture throughout the magical world. The 2002 World Cup that saw Krumm narrowly beaten to the snitch by the Egyptian seeker demonstrated how individual rivalry could provide compelling narratives that enhanced spectator interest while showcasing the global development of Quidditch talent that had spread the sport's highest levels of excellence beyond its original European centers. The 2006 tournament victory by a small African nation represented one of the most inspiring underdog stories in international sporting history, as Joshua Sankara's amazing catch provided not only sporting triumph, but also political opportunity that demonstrated how athletic achievement could create platforms for broader social and economic advancement in developing magical communities. Sankara's immediate appointment as Minister for Magic following his World Cup victory reflected both the political capital that sporting success could generate and the recognition by his nation's leadership that international visibility and respect were valuable resources that could be leveraged for broader development objectives beyond athletic achievement. The decision to resign from political office after only 2 days in favor of returning to Quidditch demonstrated the authentic passion that had motivated Sankara's original athletic excellence, while providing a powerful statement about personal values and the importance of following one's true calling, rather than accepting opportunities simply because they were offered or expected. The 2010 World Cup match that lasted 3 whole days became legendary for demonstrating the extreme endurance and mental toughness that elite Quidditch competition could demand. while providing spectators with an unprecedented test of their own commitment and stamina, as they witnessed what many considered the finest display of technical skill and tactical sophistication in the sport's history. The strategic considerations that sustained such an extended contest required both teams to manage resources and make tactical adjustments over periods that exceeded anything in previous World Cup experience, creating new understanding of how preparation and conditioning could influence outcomes in ways that went far beyond simple technical ability or momentary inspiration. The psychological warfare that developed during the extended match created layers of mental challenge that tested players' abilities to maintain focus and competitive intensity across time periods that would have exhausted ordinary team athletes, while providing insights into human resilience and determination that influenced sports psychology research for generations. The spectator experience of witnessing 3 days of continuous world-class competition created emotional investments and shared memories that bonded attendees in ways that normal sporting events could not match, while demonstrating the power of exceptional athletic performance to create transcendent experiences that enriched lives and strengthened community connections across cultural and national boundaries. The 2014 World Cup, covered by Ginny Weasley, represented the integration of professional sports journalism with personal athletic experience as her background. As both competitive player and engaged fan, provided unique insights and perspectives that enhanced coverage while demonstrating how sporting careers could evolve into related professional opportunities that maintained connections to beloved activities. The presence of Harry Potter and his family at the tournament created connections between the current generation of competitors and the legendary figures whose earlier achievements had helped define modern Quidditch culture, while providing opportunities for reflection on how the sport had evolved, while maintaining the essential characteristics that made it compelling across generations and cultural changes. The appearance of Ron and Hermione, alongside Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood, demonstrated how shared Hogwarts experiences and sporting memories could maintain friendships and create common ground for relationships that might otherwise have difficulty surviving the different paths that adult lives typically followed after educational experiences ended. Victor Crumb's return to competition at age 38 represented one of the most remarkable comeback stories in sporting history, as his determination to achieve World Cup victory before retirement demonstrated the kind of sustained motivation and physical conditioning that distinguished truly exceptional athletes from those who achieved temporary success before accepting limitations that others might consider reasonable. The contrast between Crumb's experience and wisdom and the younger players he faced created compelling competitive dynamics that demonstrated how different types of excellence could compete effectively when supported by appropriate preparation and tactical understanding, while providing inspiration for athletes who might otherwise consider themselves past their competitive prime. The emotional impact of Crumb's final World Cup victory, achieved after decades of pursuit and disappointment, created one of the most moving moments in sporting history, as tears of joy and relief demonstrated the personal costs and sacrifices that elite athletic achievement typically demanded from those who dedicated their lives to competitive excellence. The symbolic significance of Crumb's triumph extended beyond personal achievement to represent the possibility of redemption and the rewards of persistence, even when success seemed unlikely or impossible, providing inspiration for competitors and spectators who faced their own challenges and setbacks in athletic and non-athletic contexts. The evolution of World Cup tournament structure over the centuries reflected growing understanding of how to balance competitive fairness with practical constraints while maintaining the excitement and unpredictability that made international competition compelling for participants and spectators. Across different skill levels and cultural backgrounds, the development of group stage formats that could accommodate varying numbers of participating nations while ensuring that every team had meaningful competitive opportunities demonstrated sophisticated understanding of tournament, psychology, and logistics that influence sporting organization far beyond Quidditch applications. The point systems that determined advancement from group stages incorporated lessons learned from earlier tournaments while providing frameworks that rewarded consistent excellence over single exceptional performances, creating incentives for sustained competitive effort while maintaining possibilities for dramatic reversals that kept tournaments exciting until their final conclusions. The playoff bracket structures that determined ultimate champions balanced seeded advantages based on group stage performance, with single elimination excitement that could produce unexpected results, creating optimal combinations of fairness and entertainment value that satisfied both competitive purists and casual spectators seeking dramatic storylines. The cultural significance of World Cup competition extended far beyond sporting achievement to encompass expressions of national identity and international cooperation that demonstrated how competitive athletics could provide frameworks for peaceful interaction between magical communities that might otherwise have limited contact or understanding. The mascot traditions that developed around World Cup competition created opportunities for cultural expression and entertainment that enhanced the overall tournament experience, while providing platforms for magical communities to share their unique traditions and capabilities with international audiences who might never otherwise encounter such diversity of magical practice and cultural expression. The economic impact of World Cup competition on host communities and the broader magical economy demonstrated how major sporting events could generate substantial business activity and employment opportunities that extended far beyond the immediate sporting applications, while creating infrastructure and organizational capabilities that could support future development initiatives. The diplomatic benefits of successful World Cup competition included strengthened relationships between participating magical communities and enhanced cooperation on issues that extended beyond sporting concerns, demonstrating how shared positive experiences could create foundations for broader international collaboration and mutual understanding. The legacy of World Cup competition influenced magical sporting culture at all levels by establishing standards of excellence and organizational sophistication that shaped expectations for competitive athletics, while providing aspirational models that motivated improvement in local and regional competition throughout the magical world. The inspirational impact of World Cup stories and achievements created cultural narratives that enriched magical society by demonstrating the possibilities for individual and collective excellence, while providing examples of dedication, perseverance, and sportsmanship that influenced character development and personal aspiration across generations of magical citizens. The technological innovations pioneered for World Cup competition, including advanced concealment magic, crowd management systems, and broadcasting techniques, found applications throughout magical society, while demonstrating how sporting requirements could drive broader technological development that benefited communities far beyond athletic contexts. The international cooperation required for successful World Cup organization created institutional frameworks and diplomatic relationships that proved valuable for addressing other challenges that affected the global magical community, while establishing precedents for collaborative problem-solving that transcended national boundaries and cultural differences. The profound influence that Quidditch has exerted upon magical society extends far beyond the boundaries of sporting entertainment, weaving itself into the very fabric of how magical communities understand themselves their values, and their relationships with one another across the centuries. What began as a simple game played in marshy fields has evolved into a cultural institution so fundamental to magical identity that it shapes everything from childhood development to international diplomacy, from economic structures to educational philosophy, creating connections and meanings that transcend the immediate excitement of competitive athletics. The role of Quidditch in bringing together magical communities that might otherwise remain isolated by geography, politics, or cultural differences cannot be overstated, as the sport has consistently provided common ground for interaction and cooperation that transcends traditional barriers and creates opportunities for understanding and friendship that might never have existed otherwise. Villages separated by mountain ranges and ancient feuds have found unity in supporting traveling teams, while international competitions have fostered diplomatic relationships that have prevented conflicts and facilitated cooperation on challenges that extend far beyond sporting concerns. The shared language of Quidditch tactics, player achievements, and memorable matches has created a form of cultural currency that allows magical folk from different backgrounds to connect immediately through discussion of games and players they have witnessed or heard about, breaking down social barriers that might otherwise make communication difficult or uncomfortable. A Welsh dragon trainer and a Bulgarian cursebreaker might have little in common beyond their magical abilities, but their shared knowledge of Victor Krumm's career or the Chudley Cannon's recent struggles provides immediate common ground for friendship and mutual understanding. The sport's emphasis on courage, teamwork, and fair play has helped establish and reinforce fundamental values throughout magical society, creating shared standards of behavior and character that transcend cultural differences while providing models for how magical folk should conduct themselves in both competitive and cooperative endeavors. The lessons learned on Quidditch pitches about supporting teammates, accepting defeat graciously, and celebrating victory with humility have influenced everything from business negotiations to romantic relationships, creating communities where these values are understood and appreciated. The economic transformation brought about by professional Quidditch represents one of the most significant developments in magical commerce and industry, as the sport's popularity has created entirely new sectors of economic activity that support thousands of jobs and generate enormous amounts of wealth that circulates throughout magical communities worldwide. The manufacturing of broomsticks alone employs craftsmen, enchanters, wood suppliers, and magical creature specialists, whose work extends far beyond sporting applications to include transportation, law enforcement, and military uses that benefit society broadly. The equipment industry that has grown around Quidditch has driven innovations in magical engineering and materials science that have found applications throughout magical society, as techniques developed for creating faster, more maneuverable broomsticks have improved transportation systems, while advances in protective gear have enhanced safety for everyone from aurors to dragon handlers. The research and development investments made by sporting goods manufacturers have created knowledge and capabilities that benefit the entire magical world. The venue construction and maintenance required for major Quidditch events has created specialized industries focused on magical architecture and crowd management that have applications extending to all forms of public gathering and entertainment, while the concealment and security technologies developed to protect matches from Muggle observation have strengthened the International Statute of Secrecy's effectiveness in protecting magical communities from discovery, persecution. The media industries that have emerged to cover Quidditch have revolutionized magical communication and information sharing, as the need to report on matches and analyze player performance has driven innovations in magical broadcasting, photography, and publishing that have improved how magical communities stay informed about everything from weather patterns to political developments. The sports journalists who pioneered techniques for rapid information gathering and transmission have created methods that now serve everything from emergency response systems to academic research networks. The training, academies, and youth development programs that have grown around Quidditch have created educational opportunities that extend far beyond athletic instruction, as young people who participate in structured Quidditch programs learn discipline, goal setting, and leadership skills that serve them throughout their lives regardless of their eventual career choices. The coaching and instruction positions created by these programs provide career opportunities for former players while ensuring that knowledge and skills are passed down to future generations of participants. The systematic approach to physical conditioning and mental preparation developed for competitive Quidditch has influenced magical healthcare and wellness programs throughout society, as the understanding of how to optimize human performance has applications for everyone, from students preparing for demanding examinations to workers in physically challenging occupations. The sports medicine advances pioneered for treating Quidditch injuries have improved healing techniques for all forms of magical medical practice. The psychological research conducted to understand how players perform under the intense pressure of competitive Quidditch has advanced magical understanding of human behavior and motivation in ways that have improved everything from educational methods to therapeutic techniques. The insights gained from studying how athletes maintain focus while flying at high speeds through complex tactical situations have applications for any magical work that requires sustained concentration under challenging conditions. The social structures that have developed around Quidditch fandom have created new forms of community organization and identity that strengthen magical society by providing frameworks for collective action and mutual support that extend far beyond sporting concerns. Fan clubs and supporter groups have become sources of charitable activity, political organization, and social assistance that help communities address challenges and celebrate achievements together. The traditions and rituals associated with Quidditch attendance have enriched magical cultural life by creating shared experiences and seasonal celebrations that bring families and communities together in ways that strengthen social bonds while preserving knowledge and customs that might otherwise be lost as magical society evolves and modernizes. The songs, chants, and ceremonial practices that have grown around team support have become part of magical folklore that connects contemporary communities with their historical roots. The role modeling provided by successful Quidditch players has created inspirational examples that influence magical youth development by demonstrating how dedication, practice, and ethical behavior can lead to achievement and recognition. The visibility of players who overcome obstacles, support charitable causes, and maintain dignity, despite intense public scrutiny, provides guidance for young magical folk navigating their own challenges and decisions. The international nature of professional Quidditch has created opportunities for magical communities to learn about different cultures and traditions through exposure to players and teams from around the world, fostering greater understanding and appreciation for diversity, while breaking down prejudices and stereotypes that might otherwise persist in isolated communities. The movement of players between teams and leagues has created networks of personal relationships that span continents and facilitate cooperation on issues that extend far beyond sporting concerns. The adaptation of Quidditch to different magical traditions and cultural contexts has demonstrated how shared activities can be modified to respect local customs and values while maintaining their essential character and appeal, providing models for cultural exchange and cooperation that have applications in everything from trade agreements to educational exchanges between magical communities with different histories and practices. The sport's survival and growth during periods of war and political upheaval has provided continuity and hope for magical communities facing extraordinary challenges, as the continuation of matches and leagues has demonstrated that normal life and peaceful competition could persist even when broader society faced existential threats. The maintenance of Quidditch traditions during dark times has served as a form of resistance against forces that sought to destroy magical civilization and culture. The infrastructure development required to support major Quidditch events has created transportation networks and communication systems that serve broader economic and social needs, as roads, portkey networks, and flu connections established for sporting events provide improved access for trade, tourism, and family connections that strengthen magical communities in ways that extend far beyond athletic applications. The technological innovations driven by Quidditch requirements have influenced magical development across numerous fields, as the need for better broomsticks has advanced magical engineering, while the requirements for effective concealment have improved security magic that protects everything from private homes to government facilities. The safety equipment developed for players has applications for all forms of dangerous magical work, while the timing and measurement systems created for competitive scoring have improved accuracy in everything from potion brewing to astronomical observations. The dispute resolution mechanisms developed for managing conflicts in Quidditch competition have created models for handling disagreements in other areas of magical society, as the referee systems and appeals processes that ensure fair play have demonstrated effective approaches to neutral arbitration and conflict resolution that have been adapted for commercial disputes, family conflicts, and even international diplomatic disagreements. The educational value of Quidditch extends far beyond the specific skills required for competitive play, as participation in organized athletics teaches time management, priority setting, and stress management that serve students throughout their academic careers and beyond. The academic institutions that have integrated Quidditch into their programs have found that students who participate in athletics often demonstrate improved performance in classroom settings as well. The character development that occurs through Quidditch participation has created generations of magical citizens who understand the importance of preparation, persistence, and ethical behavior in achieving goals, while the experience of both victory and defeat has taught valuable lessons about humility, resilience, and the importance of supporting others even when personal success is not assured. The leadership opportunities provided by team captaincy and coaching positions have prepared magical folk for responsibilities in business, government, and community organizations by teaching them how to motivate others, make difficult decisions under pressure, and maintain group cohesion when facing challenges and setbacks. The communication and organizational skills developed through athletic leadership have applications throughout magical society. The global perspective that international Quidditch competition has created among magical communities has influenced approaches to everything from trade policy to magical creature conservation, as the relationships and understanding developed through sporting contact have created foundations for cooperation on issues that require coordinated action across national and cultural boundaries. The entertainment industry that has grown around Quidditch has created new forms of magical media and performance that have enriched cultural life while providing career opportunities for individuals with talents in writing, broadcasting, photography, and artistic creation. The demand for Quidditch-related content has driven innovations in magical publishing and communication that have improved information sharing throughout magical society. The betting and wagering activities associated with Quidditch have created financial markets and risk management systems that have influenced broader magical economic development while teaching individuals about probability, investment, and financial planning. The regulation of gambling activities has contributed to legal and regulatory frameworks that protect consumers while allowing beneficial commercial activities to flourish. The charitable activities organized around Quidditch teams and events have created systematic approaches to community service and social assistance that have addressed everything from disaster relief to educational support for disadvantaged magical children. The visibility and resources available to successful teams and players have been leveraged to address social problems and support causes that might otherwise struggle to gain attention and funding. The health and fitness awareness promoted through Quidditch participation has influenced magical approaches to wellness and disease prevention, as understanding of the importance of physical conditioning and mental health has spread throughout society through the example of successful athletes and the research conducted to optimize their performance. The environmental consciousness that has developed around maintaining suitable venues for Quidditch competition has contributed to broader, magical environmental protection efforts, as the need to preserve appropriate habitats and ecosystems for sporting use has created constituencies for conservation that support protecting magical creatures and natural areas that benefit the entire magical world. The innovation and creativity demonstrated in Quidditch tactics and strategy development has influenced magical approaches to problem-solving and creative thinking across various fields, as the analytical methods and innovative approaches developed for competitive advantage have applications in everything from business strategy to magical research and development. The international cooperation required for successful World Cup competition has created institutional frameworks and diplomatic relationships that have proven valuable for addressing other global challenges facing magical communities, from coordinating responses to dark wizard threats to managing magical creature conservation efforts that cross national boundaries. The cultural exchange facilitated by international Quidditch competition has preserved and spread magical traditions that might otherwise have been lost as isolated communities modernized and changed, creating a global magical culture that maintains diversity while fostering mutual understanding and appreciation. The historical preservation that has occurred through documentation of Quidditch achievements and traditions has created archives and recording systems that serve broader magical historical research while ensuring that important cultural, knowledge and institutional memory are maintained for future generations. The scientific research conducted to understand and improve Quidditch performance has advanced magical knowledge in areas ranging from aerodynamics to human performance optimization, creating understanding that has applications throughout magical society, while establishing research methodologies that have influenced other fields of magical investigation. The legal and regulatory frameworks developed to govern Quidditch competition have created models for managing complex organizations and activities that require coordination across multiple jurisdictions and stakeholders, providing experience and precedents that have influenced magical governance and administration in numerous other contexts. The conflict resolution and peace-building effects of Quidditch competition have provided alternatives to political and military confrontation between magical communities with historical grievances or competing interests, as shared sporting experiences have created personal relationships and mutual respect that have prevented conflicts and facilitated negotiated solutions to disputes. The economic development that has occurred in communities that have successfully hosted major Quidditch events has demonstrated how strategic investment in sporting infrastructure and event management can create lasting improvements in local prosperity and quality of life, while building capabilities that support other forms of economic activity and growth. The social mobility opportunities created by Quidditch participation have allowed individuals from disadvantaged backgrounds to achieve success and recognition based on merit and effort rather than family connections or inherited wealth, creating more democratic and fair magical societies while demonstrating the value of providing opportunities for all citizens to develop and demonstrate their capabilities. The technological transfer that has occurred through international Quidditch development has spread innovations and improvements throughout the magical world more rapidly than would have occurred through purely commercial or academic exchanges, as the competitive pressure to improve performance has motivated sharing of knowledge and techniques that have benefited all participating communities. The diplomacy and international relations that have developed through Quidditch competition have created unofficial channels of communication and cooperation that have proven valuable during periods of political tension or official diplomatic difficulties, as sporting relationships have provided alternative mechanisms for maintaining contact and resolving disputes between magical governments and communities. The inspiration and aspiration that successful Quidditch achievements have provided to magical youth have motivated educational effort and personal development that have created more capable and ambitious magical citizens who contribute to their community's success and prosperity while pursuing their own goals and dreams with greater confidence and determination. The cultural identity and community pride that have developed around local and regional Quidditch success have strengthened magical communities by providing shared sources of accomplishment and recognition that unite diverse populations around common goals and values, while creating traditions and institutions that preserve important aspects of magical heritage and character. The evolutionary pressure that competitive Quidditch has placed on magical capabilities and knowledge has driven continuous improvement in magical education and training that has raised general standards of magical competence throughout society while encouraging innovation and creativity that have applications far beyond sporting contexts. The global community that has emerged around shared Quidditch interests has created networks of friendship and cooperation that transcend political boundaries and cultural differences, providing foundations for international collaboration and mutual assistance that have strengthened the entire magical world's ability to address common challenges and pursue shared opportunities for improvement and growth. The democratic values and inclusive practices that have developed within Quidditch culture have influenced magical, political, and social development by demonstrating how merit-based selection, fair competition, and respect for rules can create systems that serve everyone's interests while providing opportunities for advancement and recognition based on contribution and achievement, rather than inherited status or political connections. The resilience and adaptability that Quidditch has demonstrated throughout its 1,000-year history have provided models for how magical institutions and traditions can evolve to meet changing circumstances while preserving their essential character and value, creating confidence that magical society can successfully address future challenges while maintaining the cultural identity and social structures that have served magical communities well throughout their long and complex history. The legacy of Quidditch extends into every aspect of magical life, creating connections and influences that will continue to shape how magical communities understand themselves and relate to one another for generations to come, ensuring that the values of courage, fairness, and excellence that the sport has embodied will remain central to magical culture, regardless of how society evolves and changes in response to new challenges and opportunities. And so concludes our 1,000-year journey through the skies of magical sport, from ancient marsh games to World Cup glory. As you rest now in the quiet comfort of your bed, let your dreams carry you on swift broomsticks through cloud-kissed stadiums where golden wings dance just beyond reach. Remember the courage of those early players who risked everything for the love of flight, the innovation of creators who turned dangerous games into beautiful sport, and the countless moments of joy shared by wizards and witches united in their love of Quidditch. The game that began in a marshy field has touched every corner of the magical world, bringing communities together and inspiring generations to reach ever higher into the endless sky. Whether chasing quaffles through goal hoops or seeking that elusive golden snitch, the spirit of Quidditch lives on in everyone who has ever dared to dream of flying. Sleep peacefully now, knowing that somewhere above the clouds, the eternal game continues, and golden dreams await all who are brave enough to mount a broomstick and chase the impossible. Sweet dreams, and may your rest be filled with the gentle whoosh of wind beneath magical wings.